Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and I'm on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. And we've been playing ever since. So you kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body
So-
Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster
Oh.
waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto
Pluto!
has his engage. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped, the rolling thunder is utilized to perfection, and now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC. We're getting into it. My name is Travesty, and with me today, I'm joined yet again by TDS. TDS, you started off with a pose. Go, come on. Let's just you know, we'll hit him with the 5-second pose. Come on, yeah, like.
Yeah, now people can hear me. So I wanted my pose, and it's supposed to be a T because TDS. So I think it may start being a thing, maybe.
Okay. You know what? I like it. From now on, every time we cast, 5-second pose. We'll do it for
I agree.
the
I like
paparazzi
it.
out there, you know? But hey, yo, we're inside the MEC. We're getting ready to start off our day with some fun, exciting matchups. Before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of everything out there, we're going to go ahead and take a quick peek at our standings because, look, we've had a lot of action. It's already inside of week 2.
Yep.
It's feeling very exciting. And the reason why I really want to look at this real quick is because we have two teams that have only gotten to play one match starting things off in Cornell College and Ohio Northern that are going to be facing off against each other. So they're going to be able to start getting that decisive start for themselves, especially because this is both double headers for both of these teams.
Exactly. Even though they are still just one match in, since technically they haven't played a lot, they still want to try and get as many random wins here and there as possible, just to try and secure the positioning, because there's also teams that are already down 0-3, and you don't want to get mixed into that area of the standings. You want to keep yourself away as far as possible from them.
Start building up that lead immediately. And you can actually see the interesting thing there. Ottawa is inside of it. They haven't been able to get shifted around over to their second seeded spot that they got from them being 2-1. I guess that's where you would put them, second seed. It's weird. To give an idea, because of the new format change, some teams do play twice inside of a weekend. Some play once. I think Purdue Northwest, their very last weekend in the MEC, they actually play 3 games. There's going to be a lot of weirdness that kind of comes in through the standings. A lot of times what we're going to hear us talk about is more so who is played against who and why is that so important. Seeing Ottawa come out, get a big dub for themselves to start things off. Great stuff for them. They're going to have more games, not today, but they'll have some more games following up throughout the weekend. And for us here, you know, we got our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Ohio Northern and Cornell College. I talked about it earlier. They played one game inside the first week. They're having a doubleheader. Both teams get to play back-to-back this week. They play, Cornell plays today and tomorrow, and I believe Ohio, I think they play today and tomorrow as well, actually. So they both got a full set of days ahead of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 days of potential matches, and importantly, I think that this one may be really or looking at how kind of the standings and every team playing moves around. The fact that they are playing not only today between each other, but tomorrow as well, they are playing against other teams, means that whoever wins today may ride a not a very big, but a slight wave that can carry with momentum, right? If you win today, positive mindset going into tomorrow, you may be in a high, and that way you can secure the same weekend. Meanwhile, the other team losing may put a bit of a not a mental block, but a bit of more difficulty onto yourself, so that tomorrow's match may be a bit difficult, a bit more difficult. So going to be an interesting matchup overall. Whoever can come out on top, maybe a scarier team to face against, and one of these two teams may end up being 2-0 and the other 0-2, or just tying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic to come about. Looking at the rosters here, I want to bring up the dynamic that we saw both teams go through. Both teams had opposite trajectory, in one losing last week and the other one coming out victorious. But you look over at Cornell, Eliza was a player that I actually had my eyes on with the fact that they grabbed the Urgot. You know, I am an Urgot connoisseur. I love me this champion. And it was an interesting dynamic of their team had an idea, but it fell apart. And it was more so about how the other team played around that made that dynamic fall apart, and they just couldn't ever get back onto the same page. While Ohio Northern, they kind of had this very interesting start where they were very slow. It felt like there was times where they were off. They were taken advantage of in certain matchups. They came out with the dub for themselves, but they even said inside of the interview with Kaido, it turned around and said, yo, we just needed to wake up. Game 2, it felt like a different beast. But Game 1, it does make you have some question marks going into the series.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they did have that sort of realization, right? Even though it was still a 2-0 job, like you have to take that into yourself and realize which games were played greatly, that they had a lot of impact really early on, and which games were a little more difficult to try and get the game going, which parts you need to correct. And it's good to see that players realize this and can try and apply that in the future. Now we need to wait and see if they can apply it, but it's a first step to realize this and be able to apply it later on. And if they can begin applying it super early into the season, week 2 is still really early on, right? So if they can apply it at this point, they can begin running a wave that I feel like Ohio Northern could be a really scary team. I think that both their carries are really consistent, and if they can begin adjusting certain things, particularly, they can become a really strong roster.
DDS, we dubbed the brothers from Ohio Northern last season who have returned as the Brothers of Destruction. That was the phrase that I coined going in, because Kaido and Kai were two sides of a coin that did not bode well for whoever they went into. So I want to see that return to form. Kai had a relatively quiet game in the previous series, so want to see if they'll be able to pop off against Cornell. Well, I also want to see a little bit more of that the good stuff that I saw from Cornell. Cornell actually had some things that made me excited. Like I said, you win me over pretty easily by just picking champions I like. So if you pick Urgot, Eliza, you got
unbiased
a fan in me.
caster. Super unbiased cast.
Pick the champions I like, TDS. That's all I want.
I can respect that. In the same vein, if you pick champions I dislike, I'm going to go against you as well.
Exactly.
Just saying.
TDS gets it. TDS gets it. No more karma today.
I agree. I can get behind that, but as far as we can see, it's going to be mainly the sack that it's not going to be there, and then Karma also getting banned. I'm glad that they are, if not hearing us, at the very least realizing how broken the champion is and how little we want to see her play.
Yeah, it's a tricky character too. I feel like Ohio Northern, they understand that like just giving it to the other team is not a great decision. I agree. Karma is one of those characters where if you understand what exactly you have to do when you flex it, it's dangerous. But I think you just get rid of it, and then you just start target banning a couple individuals, get rid of some of the things that they've looked comfortable on in the past.
I think it was against Ohio Northern as well that we...
Oh. TDS? TDS is in free frame, thinking about Ohio Northern. And you know what? I can't blame them.
Maybe if they let it open, could happen. Oh,
you disappeared for a moment. We had you in freeze frame. You went Ohio Northern, and then it was weird. You did like your pose again. You went, smiled, and all this other stuff. It was Pretty crazy. I think you froze again. I think Ohio Northern is a curse onto TDS's name, actually. I'm starting to realize this. Every time I say Ohio Northern, you freeze. Are you good now?
Okay, now, yeah, no, it didn't happen. So it's not Ohio Northern.
Okay.
I think it was me talking about Karma, maybe the fact that it began happening, but it doesn't look like that anymore, and I can come back. So just to make my point sure, Karma good if flexed right. Karma bad if not played right. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Expert. We love that. Well, we're done with the bans. We're ready to see what first pick is available for the team of Cornell College.
Is it a Lucian?
Another matchup. Lucian's available, but I actually like this. Nico first pick. It also has a little bit of flexibility. We've actually seen it in pro play actually go up to the top side of the map a little bit. So I do
even
like
support, right? There's some matchups that you can take here support. So I like the Nico flexibility. We also saw Kato with some great flanks on the Nico. So it's kind of a takeaway from ONU as well.
Well, on the other side of things, they grabbed themselves the freshest of princes. They've got Jarvan the fourth coming in here from the side of Ohio Northern. This is a champion that actually led the way for them inside of game 2. It was a good pick for them to actually facilitate some of that aggression and get those leads going for themselves. And they're going to hit you with the 1-2 combo. Syndra Jarvan is a slept-on duo, and they are disgusting together.
Yeah, the burst damage and the execution potential can be quite high. I was thinking there could be the Wumbo with Oriana as well coming in potentially, but I like the Syndra. The scaling potential is there, and the Scatter the Weak to push away the Nico is almost always useful to not just get everyone bombarded by the great ultimate from the Nico. So I like the idea here. What I'm surprised though is the time that the Lucian going so untouched so far. It's a champion that had so much priority before, and now it seems like maybe teams are realizing that Lucian, unless it's played to a really good degree, it's not going to be the insta win that you think of. And maybe they are realizing this, especially with the Nocturne and maybe potential Misfortune pick-off here.
Yeah, I like this. This will give you a lot of wombo, actually. You turn off the lights, all of a sudden the minion beside you transforms into Nico. You get your Nico kneecaps broken, and then the Misfortune sprays and prays all over the team fight. I love it. Just give me some of this. Simple execution, everybody group together, hit those R keys. Let's make some magic happen.
Yeah, and if it works out as smoothly as we say it here in the team fight, it should be quite easy to be able to delete some of those champions, especially if you're taking champions that don't have a lot of mobility, like the Philios and like the Syndra. So quite a dangerous approach by the Ohio Northern. Not that it's bad, but against a Nocturne Nico, the less mobility you have, the easier it is for them to get on top of you. And I feel like this is a risk they are playing. They are playing with quite a lot of fire, I feel like.
There's a lot of trust being put into Kaito's Syndra to use that Scatter the Weak, push away the Nico if need be in these situations. Misfortune should be technically out of range unless they're up inside of the fight, double tapping fools. I think the question for me is, what is Cuz? Is Cuz coming in with something more defensive? We've seen them play stuff like the Braum and whatnot to try and be more defensive in the previous season. I could see Cuz breaking out something like the Alistar as well. That's something that we saw them play, and as a character I think is underrated in a meta full of the all the enchanters that have kind of started running wild, like the Karma and whatnot. So I really like the idea of possibly getting that Alistar to pair together, and then you got full wombo combo heaven over on this side.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Alistar that you're mentioning could be a pick that a lot of teams could begin looking at, especially against dive kind of comps, because you can push them away as well. Like Alistar doesn't have only the mode of going in, but also of trying to deny some engages as well, which wouldn't be that bad. I feel like the Poppy would have been another great option just because of the denying of engage as well that you're looking at. But typically when you look at Aphelios, you see more of the Melios, of the Lulu potentially, those buffering supports that can allow for the hyper carry that is Aphelios to, not no pun intended, but hyper carry in the process. And in that same vein, I don't see much of the Alistar coming in with the Aphelios particularly. The Braum though could be a much better choice, and trying to protect from the Misfortune Ultimate could be quite ideal for this Aphelios and the Syndra as well if they are positioned accordingly.
I love the idea of either one of these, and I think we're going to get to see that, because I feel like this is a great spot to lock in your support. You give aggression to counterpick matchup into Eliza, who had a very good performance They go this fits that niche a little bit. You can peel a little bit, you can engage, you can work together with your team. There's a couple things. Actually, it has some good ability to stop the Misfortune as well if Misfortune is left alone in the back line with that.
Yeah, she's a static while throwing the ultimate, so the Rakan can either charm her or W her, and that way you can try and make it work out. The only risky thing here is that even though Rakan is great at engaging and disengaging in that sense, he's quite squishy. So if he gets picked on, like, he dies quite quickly with the damage that there is on Cornell College. And now with the extra amount of CC, that is going to be a much important issue for Cos to be careful of, and something that he has to be ready to move around in team fights with that in mind. And ooh, are they closing in with it? So Cho'Gath hasn't seen a lot of play, but I feel like it's one of the more slept on top laners because of the value that he can bring for the team in general in terms of a tanky champion, and then the execute. It can be quite deadly against squishy champions.
Yeah, this character, actually, Cho'Gath, I believe, just got play with within the NACL.
NACL, yeah.
Actually.
I think it was last night, actually.
Yeah, so they actually just had it, and I agree with you. It's a character slept on, has sustain, has some good ability to do so. Doesn't get picked as often because of certain matchups that do exist out there. The Aatrox is the one that comes to my mind immediately, which was locked in by aggression, because Aatrox is just such a popular character, just to be able to bully around the tankier top laners. Cho'Gath does rely very much so on like that early that trading pattern, auto trading with the E, to make sure you hit those spikes, get that sustain going, and then you can munch down on some minions, get yourself to being the big boy, the absolute unit that you want to be.
Plus the fact that the knockup also mess up quite a bit of the dynamics of certain top laners, so going against top laners that do have dashes makes it a little bit more difficult for him to play. Like, that being said, there is quite a lot of slow, so you can still hit it quite consistently if you're good enough. But I agree with the fact that Aatrox is probably one of the messier matchups that you're facing, and even if you're able to build against him, in team fights, it's going to be a bit more chaotic because the silence may fail, the knockup may fail, and you don't want to expend your Devour onto the Aatrox. You want to expend it onto targets that are more easy to execute. And in the meanwhile, the Aatrox may be destroying your backline. So there's a couple of things here and there that maybe the Aatrox suffers with, and Cho'Gath suffers with, and I can see the Aatrox taking advantage of him. But if Elisa is able to go above the laning phase and survive longer in the game, I can see her being quite the Cho'Gath being quite an unkillable champion to a certain degree.
Yeah, it actually becomes a very difficult thing to deal with this colossal mountain up in the top lane that is known by Cho'Gath. It's terrifying. It comes in like an Elden Ring boss, just pops in, the health bar pops in. You're like, I hit it and nothing happened. What's going on? Am I doing things? I'm supposed to hit his ankles? How do I do that in League of Legends? Like, there becomes a couple different questions you have to ask yourself when Cho'Gath comes in big. I like the idea that you bring up, because I feel like if we are to frame this game, one of the most interesting things is the teamfight dynamics that Cornell College do have. The Nocturne ult paired together with Nico, Misfortune, Rail to pull everything together nicely. And then you have Cho'Gath kind of acting the role of a disruptor inside the fight, where it feels like Ohio Northern is very much so very reliant on, do you hit a good scatter of the weak to deny things? Do you actually hit him with like a Gravitum to actually stop momentum? Do you hit him with Rakan to stop the flow of a fight? Is Jarvan able to cataclysm the backline and create distance to where this combo just has that little bit of lag behind it that makes it all fall apart? I mean, I feel like there's an interesting dichotomy between both sides.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up the Cataclysm, because it can also be used as a tool of engaging, but also disengaging. Holding targets in a particular spot can be really ideal, especially thinking about the Nico and the Rel. Because the more you look at Cornell College idea of playing, the theme that they are going to try to play with, the fact that they have all really effective engage in 3 champions, plus disruptors in the form of the Cho'Gath and the Misfortune, is going to make team fighting really difficult for Ohio Northern. Because even if Nocturne does use Paranoia, he doesn't have to commit. As long as he turns the lights off, then Rel can go in, Nico can go in, Cho'Gath can even just throw a Rupture and break the ground down, and people are not going to expect that. So those slight moments where Paranoia is used as a distraction instead of an initiation tool is going to be really beneficial for them. And if they can take advantage of those engaged tools meanwhile Paranoia is up, then Ohio needs to be on their mind. Ohio Northern needs to be on their toes, ready to react to everything. And they have champions that are going to be difficult to escape from the engage because they are not that mobile.
Little sussy inside of the matchup as things go about, but hey, we're getting things started on out. Game number 1. Start us off for the MEC for today. It's Cornell College over on the blue side, Ohio Northern over on the red side. Let us know in Twitch chat who you got going into this matchup.
And they are starting with a potential level 1. I like the idea, although they are not sending the 5 members in together. They are sending one on the side, maybe to bait, and then the other 4 just to wait and see. Okay, now they know. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
wait, actually.
Once one person shows, you know, they only saw one. Now they've been hitting with the pole. They're like, all right.
They don't know about cuz, yeah.
Just chilling, vibing. I think Peaches know. Okay, now Peaches absolutely knows. Yeah, dismount quickly,
no.
Get away.
If Cos just waited a little bit, he was trying to be the one to cancel it, but he actually got canceled in the process. If he just waited just a little bit more, probably gets the knock up there. But I like the waiting game. Like, it's not something that takes a ton of time. You can see Aatrox is going to come back to top lane. Everyone is going to settle in. But I like the slide idea from Ohio Northern because it's not going to take a lot of resources. And if it works out, it's a flash or a kill.
Yes, you read my mind. That's exactly why I do it every single game. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go and invade. They're like, yeah, our level 1 sucks. It's like, trust me.
If you can invade, you should invade. I'm a full-on defender of invading at level 1.
Let's see what they got here. As we already see the bush setup, they're gonna try and win out this level 1. It looks like inside the bot lane, but it's just gonna be a little bit of a tradey-do between the two. Just each taking a little bit of hurt. I'm expecting we're probably going to see a lot of action once this Jarvan is able to hit level 3 and start making their intentions known on the map.
And Jarvan, or one thing that we saw from Ohio Northern, particularly Julian last week, was just being a little bit as active as possible with the Jarvan, right? Trying to look for certain gangs. I feel like dominating mid lane and bot lane as much as possible. Top lane was kind of doing a really good job by themselves, but bot lane and mid lane did a really good job with Julian's ganks, and I feel like if they can replicate that, then the game just spirals out of control from there.
Julian can be great. Julian actually has been a player that a lot of people have very much so enjoyed. I've seen their name pop up every time Ohio Northern has played. There's been a lot of people that have actually been some Julian stans inside
Respectable.
the Twitch chat. So, you know what? Doing something right if you got people cheering your name, but right now, Cuz is going to find themselves on the reciprocant end. Their name's going to get etched into a tombstone. It's First Blood going over to Cornell College.
And that was a great, not only cancel, but reaction time onto the play. And you have to think about what the decision there was. Not that it was a bad decision, but more so, they didn't respect the level 2 potential, and that's something that always bot lanes need to be careful about. Level 2 for both sides is something to be scary of or wary of. And at the end, Cos pays the price there. First Blood, I think it was for the Misfortune, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yes, Misfortune got it. Yeah, and it is good to be able to see it. We had that brief little swap over just because there was a swift pause, but back into the game very quickly, very easily. And you can see that's big. I mean, Misfortune's one of those carries. We've been talking about it for the past 2 weeks now. Very, very strong champion. We see it popping off inside a solo queue, so it's good to be able to see it getting a little bit more respect. I actually personally like it more than the Lucian, in my opinion.
I respect it. I feel like her utility, both in lane and team fighting, excels that of Lucian by a tiny bit. I feel like the biggest difference is the fact that with the removal of the Gale Force, essentially, and with how little mobility there is on certain AD carries, it's going to be difficult for someone like Misfortune to make the most out of pretty much a game that nowadays has dashes on every other champion. So like any mobile champion that doesn't have something to replicate that or can destroy the enemy team with 5 weapons like Aphelios is going to suffer quite a bit. Or Syndra.
I like the idea of if you don't have a lot of one thing, you're gonna have a bad time kind of idea, right? You don't bring in too many weapons, don't bring enough dashes to the fight, be a troublesome spot. So far, though, when you look across the map, everybody's doing relatively fine despite that early fiasco that happened. No insane differential in terms of CS on either side. No lane gaps have really been shown at the current moment in time. So Jarvan doing a good job getting that full clear going for themselves and staying up ahead in terms of their pacing inside the jungle.
doing a really good job at staying ahead of the Nocturne. The only worry though is that you're playing the Jarvan, right? So if you're ahead of the Nocturne, it doesn't make much of a difference unless you're impacting the lanes. If the Nocturne was losing out on the ganks as much as possible, that does make a difference. But Nocturne wants to get to level 6. That's the power spike that we're always looking out for the Nocturne. So the fact that the game has been a bit silent on the side of Ohio Northern and Julian,
Yeah, I mean,
just a slight trade.
You think it might be, but Cuz wants vengeance. They're like,
Yeah, he's
I
looking
died
for a kill.
first. Hello?
He was spam pinging his jungler like, why am I dead? Where's my jungler here?
Always the jungler. Never forget. That's a lesson I learned very early.
Yeah. Haven't you seen? I'm not sure if you've seen, but I've been watching like the Twitter drama now on. I think it's Emily Cosplay that just started playing jungle, and she's like realizing how much the jungle role is just such a nightmare to be playing as, and it's so enjoyable to see someone just getting inducted into the horrible experience that is jungling.
You think that's a good thing?
It's kind of enjoyable. I cannot lie.
Just like Cuz is learning a lot about this bot lane. Every time they go in, that's a lot of hurt. But
That's
they
a
got
lot
the
of damage,
shock
though.
booms, they got the flames spitting. It is A-okay. Let your jungler have second blue. That's where I say. That's where I go.
That's fair. That's a fair attempt to go into. Nocturne on the back. They still have flash though.
Yeah, Cheese Ravioli, though, is going to be able to take out Cuz. Cuz is gone. They did not have flash, so that is an easy pickup. Good rotate from Cheese Ravioli.
And so far, more impact coming in from Cornell. They are able to not only find a kill early on into the bot lane, but now a quick gank from Cheese Ravioli turns into another kill as aggression. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, but it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
Eliza over inside the top side of the matchup, playing the Cho'Gath. You have a lot of innate sustain, so if you do decide you want to try and stay, I don't recommend it because World Ender's up, so it is a dive scenario, especially with a Jarvan hitting 6 very soon. So I think it's a very good call. You teleport immediately. You should be able to catch this wave and sustain back up. And if he over-aggresses, Cho'Gath is actually one of those characters that can burst you down very quickly if the Aatrox gets a little bit too happy. Like, Eliza does need to respect this giant sword does a lot of damage, and it's also another character who has a nice bit of innate sustain.
Yeah, as long as he's able to hit you, he can survive for quite a bit. Funnily enough, just following on your comment on the Cho'Gath, I think he's one of the harder champs to dive as well, just because of the execute rate. So it's kind of nice to see that they are able to dissuade any sort of bad situation if they're not careful enough. And then on the other side of the coin,
Yeah,
ooh,
Eliza's
the
gonna
flash
end up
in.
going down, flashing away. It's fine. Eliza doesn't drop as a result, but the flag and the drag comes in, but you use the cataclysm on the one person who can escape, and that's going to be the trigger
Ooh.
for up into the top side. Cheese Ravioli, they want to fight. The World Ender is gone, and they're hitting aggression with a little bit of paranoia. A straight up solo kill. Give Eliza some nice bit of fresh air in the top lane.
And there goes the lack of attention from Julian. He hasn't been ganking a lot, and now as level 6 approaches for Cheese Ravioli, he's able to just go into the lane that was pretty much trading really aggressively. The flash didn't net them a kill, and at the end, it turns into another kill for the Nocturne. They are getting the Dragon, which is not a bad thing to get, but overall, they are losing out on so many things.
I mean, the big thing is Cheese Ravioli now. 2 kills on the Nocturne.
Yeah.
It's huge to be able to have. Unfortunate part, Misfortune didn't get the assist money that came from it, so they just got the pressure. That was a benefit from Cuz going down that second time. So a little bit unfortunate in that regard, but still, your Nocturne is ahead of the curve now with those 2 kills. Misfortune is doing well for themselves. Nobody inside the game is in a terrible spot at the current moment in time. And, you know, Kai is, right now, they got their weapon rotation set up to where they have red and white. That's great. Those colors do not run, and they're the best colors for you to be able to team fight with. They're going to start expiring. So if you are looking for another play bot side, that could be another possible option soon.
Yeah, could be an opportunity there, especially with costs close to reaching level 6. I think it should be on this or the next wave, where they can potentially look for something as aggressive. But Julian is on the other side of the map, so I don't see them trying to approach this as aggressively as possible. There's 2 members still on the river up there in the mid lane, so maybe they are looking to try and kill Kato.
They might look for it. This is actually interesting too. I was actually expecting them to go in at that moment because Cuz is still not level 6.
Yeah.
So if you did want to try and just go in and blow up a Philios, you do have that ability with the fact that you can just jump in with Rel and use the Magnet Storm. But with the Grubs up in the top side, Paranoia called in. Cornell College said this is ours. Pop Blossom coming in. Scattered the weak, only half the math, and that's going to be Failwind getting the kill. On to Aggression, 1 for 1 so far. But look at Kaido in the fight, just dropping down orbs upon orbs. Eliza chops down on Julian, and now Kaido trying to finish things off. A nice bit of disruption. They finally get the kill, but is it worth? You're out of mana and out of hope. Cheese Ravioli is on a killing spree. Cornell College is on top.
Cheese Ravioli is too strong at this point. He's 3-0-2 as the Nocturne gets so much value with the Paranoia going on top of Aggression. And even though they are close to turning around with a great flash from Kato, with a great flash from Julian, it just simply turns into disaster. And now, even though the gold lead is not as far ahead as for Cornell College, it's still not the best look for Ohio Northern. They have to be extra careful because the champion that is going to dive them in a lot of the situations, it's going to be this Nocturne. And he's really far ahead.
No, the Nocturne is ridiculous at this moment in time. 302. It's one of those things people always think of Nocturne's Paranoia as being the big problem, and yes, it's the biggest moment of the kit. The problem is after he gets onto you, he actually just hits you constantly like that.
Yeah.
I gotta give some respect where it's due. Eliza also making sure to hit those ruptures. Didn't go down until the very end of that fight off of a Scatter of the Week. Syndra had to waste so much mana, and Kaido feeling a little bit of that pain in terms of the matchup. It was a little bit of a rough scenario to be inside of. And now with Rel's been unlocked and starting to move around the map. You can even see Peach going into the mid lane, trying to put that pressure on the Kaido. Was predicting Kaido to run back to the safety of the tower the convenient way, but Kaido smelled that coming from a mile away.
I think that's one of the first times I've ever seen someone just walk forward and that way evade the rail. Like, that's actually a funny way to try and move around. And everywhere else, there might be a slide fight here.
Actually was used. The Manipool comes in. Cuz is down again. 0-3-0 on the game. An uncharacteristic game from Cuz. These errors, you got to give credit where it's due. It's a lot of Peaches just counteracting Cuz. Ever since the beginning bell, right? As soon as the bell rung, Cuz has found out that Peaches was the bane of their existence.
Yeah, since the start of the game, it's been working out really, really well for Cornell College, denying the bot lane from finding any sort of value in aggression, because Kai has been able to get a lot of the gold, right? He's ahead in CS, he's ahead in plate, and has been the benefactor of a lot of the gold in the team. So at the very least, you can argue that he's been gaining a really good amount of advantages by himself down there. But Cuz has been denied. That is undoubtable. And the fact that your main or one of your two main engagers is not finding the value that he's looking for is kind of scary when looking at a prospect later on in the game. And also, this was a perfect example of how to stop Cuz from being able to do anything in a team fight as well.
A lot of disadvantage definitely onto the Nocturne. If we were to flick over to the gold, right? The game is even in terms of gold, but you'll be able to see exactly where the carries are in play, right? The gold is over on the Nocturne. The gold, like you said, it's probably even in the bot side because of the fact that Kai is in such a good scenario like they are in terms of being able to get those plates, get the CS advantage for themselves. Kai's probably about even, so it really is the jungle giving them that little bit of a lead and the little incremental advantages that they've gotten out of the team fights that have splashed over onto other benefactors. But now Cornell College, they say, you know what, we're going to call our shot. They're going for this dragon. Aatrox is already down here. Eliza's going to have to teleport if a fight happens. Huge Scatter of the Week into the battle. Like Cataclysm gets flashed out. They're going to lay in a good amount of hurt. They're going to find more damage. A Pop Blossom onto two members, and Cheese Ravioli goes onto a rampage. Eliza finishes off the kill onto Julian, but the attention has turned. Kai, red and white. They are firing away onto the dragon. It's under half HP. Cheese Ravioli needs to be cautious, but the World Ender strikes again, finding 2 kills. Not able to find anything off the bullet time, but did secure the dragon. No further members from Ohio Northern drop as Kai in hot pursuit. Not going to find another individual, but Cornell College, they had to offer quite a bit as tribute to Ohio Northern to make that work out.
That was such a lucky dragon as well that they are able to collect in Cornell College, because at the end, Miss Fortune gets the kill, if I'm not wrong, with the ultimate, or with the last remaining beat of the ultimate plus the bullet rain. So it's kind of funny that they end up getting it, but the kills on the other side go for Ohio Northern. They get a shutdown on the Nocturne, they get kills on Kato. Yes, the Aphelios don't benefit from any kill, and he actually blew his flash without actually getting anything, but it's still a really good victory, and it goes to show the power of the carries. Even if the situation is bad, if the carries are left in touch, they can destroy the side of Cornell College, so they have to be extra careful. Maybe another fight?
Julian does not want to fight from that angle. Here we go. Make it rain. Gets that nice little bit
engage.
of an AoE slow. Going in for the engage. Paranoia has been clicked. G's Ravioli has not called their shot just yet. They're getting a nice little root on the back end on the Kaido. Drop him to half HP. But you know what? Ohio Northern got their prize. They got the Rift Herald for themselves. And a teleport down to the bot side by Aggression to answer Eliza, who has just been free pushing away.
And Felwyn has to be extra happy because no ultimate from the Syndra there to get the kill. If not, that could have been a really, really dangerous situation, and they could have lost another member if they are not careful enough. As we see the attempt in the mid lane, and also Cambodia, maybe here down here in the bot lane, getting attacked quite a bit. Although they are now healing kind of equally, it feels like.
Yeah, a little bit, but Unleashed Power, a trade of ultimates in the top side of the map. Both mid laners dropped into critical status. They're laying in a little bit more hurt. Minions are still there. Kai wants to finish off this mid lane tower. That ever since that dragon fight, though, Ohio Northern, their gold lead is starting to blossom now. They have gone from being an even game in terms of that gold lead, and we're seeing those core members hopping off inside the team fights where they have put their resources into. They have invested wisely, it seems.
Exactly. Having your main carries be the one that benefits the most from the gold, probably one of the wiser choice you can look for in almost any game. Also, quickly just to point out, Kato did blow the flash from the trade in top lane, so that's something to keep our eyes out in future fights, because with Paranoia up once again, that's going to be a difference maker.
For sure, as Aggression, good bit there, tempering their aggression to make sure they're a-okay. Remember, this is a player who actually did not play inside the first game for Ohio Northern last week. They came into the second game to kind of, as Kaido said, wake them up. I mean, a good showing for themselves on this Aatrox, doing great inside the laning phase, and now in the side lane, a true terror. But with true terror comes the paranoia, and you're in for a world of hurt. They're going to try and pick up at least one kill to go with it, but, you know, it's time to get crunched down into the jaws of Eliza.
Yeah, you may get healed quite a lot, but if you get chomped down from half your health bar, it doesn't really matter. And that's another kill for the side of Cornell College. Their picks have been really good. The main problem is that their picks don't turn into anything much more meaningful after that, right? If they could get a pick plus a turret or plus an important objective, that would be much more meaningful than just getting the pick in that situation. And I think that that's what's lacking so far for Cornell College.
I mean, look at the wards too, right? Like Ohio Northern have a clear line drawn across the map. They've got some really good deep wards that actually kind of get an idea of where people are going to be. That's Unleashed Power. Nico, the clone won't take that hit for you. I am so sorry. The clone said nuh-uh today. And now Kaido's in that territory that is oh so terrifying, where if you get hit once, you get tapped one time, you know what? You're going to get hit with the outplay button.
The outplay bottom. Both teams technically have outplay bottoms, right? Like they have the Syndra ultimate and they have the Cho'Gath ult.
G's Ravioli getting caught in a very precarious situation there. Good flash, good bit of tempered use of that. Paranoia is back up, but they are looking for a possible wraparound, possible disruption. They might call in for a shot here. Check out the free hits coming in. Teleport one to the side.
Engage.
The Manic Pool. Sweet is in there. They find a kill, and Julian Pop Blossom comes in. They get Kaido. They get Cuz. Kaido can't escape. The shutdown comes through, but the World Ender flanking on the side. Shutdown goes in. Kai goes out. And now Aggression is against the world, and the world is too heavy. They will get crushed under its weight. Cornell College, all 5 members still left standing, and they will conquer the dragon as a result.
It's from a great initial pick into a really weird decision from Ohio Northern. They see a Cho'Gath and they decide to commit onto the Cho'Gath, which, don't get me wrong, if you have the 5 members there, maybe it works out great. But you're also putting yourself into the perfect spot for the enemy to engage on you, and there's no flash on Kato, so he's going to be the prime target of everything. The fight works out massively well for Cornell College, and now, even though they didn't have the gold lead before, they finally have it in their favor. Ohio Northern need to find something to turn around the tides.
Gotta give credit where it's due. Good use of the teleport to make sure that Pop Blossom comes in. They're utilizing these ultimates, that Wombo that we were talking about, right? That team fight potential that Cornell College drafted themselves as a win condition. They show that they have an acknowledgement of this is what they have. This is what their win condition is. And if we are able to play to their strengths, these resources I was talking about earlier that were wisely invested into by Ohio Northern, they can't do as much because some of these members are very immobile. And Kaido, look at this. They used to scatter the wing. The spell shield is the bane of their existence. They don't have flash. Kaido goes down. They can't unleash power and to get the kill. And Nico's just holding off the side pressure while this all happening. Ohio Northern getting a little scrambled.
They are getting picked up on the side. Once again, it doesn't turn into an objective just yet. They are looking for the top lane turret, so maybe they can get it and finally turn the pick into an objective. But Ohio Northern is just getting run around the map. And if they are not able to find answers for this, it's just going to be a really easy game for Cornell College. Like, all they have to do is run them around the map, get really good picks, and then in team fights, just destroy them accordingly.
Nico, just over inside of the bush. I'm a control ward. Look, come farm me. Aggression not playing that game at all. But Cheese Ravioli is down here into the bot side, just making sure that, you know, the push can't continue. Ohio Northern, yet again, we're seeing a game 1 where they're having a little bit of trouble, right? The gold lead was a 3K differential, and now it has shifted back in favor of Cornell College after that fight, and you can see where the gold is. And hey, to the surprise of no one, a majority of it is on this Nocturne that has been farming up a storm.
Yeah, and before we were talking about how the carries were really far ahead on the side of Ohio Northern, but looking at how the game is currently, even though the Aphelios was the benefactor of a lot of gold, he's not ahead of the Misfortune by any margin. Actually, the Misfortune is completely ahead of the Aphelios. The only part that is really far ahead is the Syndra, and she's just being collapsed on top of her for quite a lot of the plays. And her flash may be up right now, but she's such an easy target that as soon as the flash is down, she's going to get re-collapsed on. As maybe another fight here.
I love this. Immediately, you can see Peach hasn't moved out. They finally see their target of who they want to go in there. The magnet pull.
No, it's perfect. Yep.
They're blossoming. Victory for their team at this rate. 2 kills dropping on over. The Nocturne gets a third with the double kill coming out. Misfortune free tapping over in the back line. Aggression falls as well. The only victim is that Nico, but we're going to add another one to that list, as Kaido, the sole survivor, is going to have to look as Baron is taken by Cornell College.
Not even looking at Baron getting taken, he's just going down there to the bot lane, pushing a wave, getting some gold, because the big purple worm is getting collected by Cornell College. And their display in the team fight has been immaculate. Really well played, really well executed, and now we just have to wait and see what they are able to accomplish with this Baron. They're not yet close to having the soul on their side. They would get the soul point in the next Dragon play, but they can try and get as many turrets as possible. If Ohio gets too far ahead, there's champions that are really easy to pick up, and that way can transform one turret into an inhibitor, for example.
I mean, all I got to say is continue to let Peach cook at this rate. Peach, inside the bushes, have been making a lot of these plays, been a lot of long plays. The Death Rush getting spoiled by a plant is always the worst feeling that you can possibly have. They got a little scared. They see Peach coming around on the plate like, no, not again, please. This rail has been magnificent, and we've talked a lot about the Nocturne going in and being able to use that paranoia and be that DPS threat inside of the fights. The way they are tying everything together with the rail to start things off has been nothing short of gorgeous.
Exactly. So far, the display with their champions, with their engage, has been really, really good. And the counter pick coming in clutch, because the pick was the Rel came in after the Rakan in draft. And there's a reason why you have to be careful about what you opt into, especially really early on with some decision making. And so far, it's benefited Cornell College so well. Now the dragon is spawning. Maybe there is a chance for a fight. Everyone is posturing over the river.
And it's time. It's time for another fight around the objective. If Cornell are able to get this, this will put them at the verge of Soul Point. You got to think Ohio Northern want to play spoiler to this. The gold lead is expanded to a 4K difference, but if these ultimate abilities do not connect, you have to think Ohio Northern, if they stay cool, calm, and collected inside of a team
Are they
fight,
trading?
it would be good for them, but they might just be throwing the pressure down. They have the dragon advantage. They don't actually have to contest this if they don't want to. Paranoia gets called, and nice disruption.
Oh, the Magnet Storm!
Time, but in the back line, the Magnet Storm, the Paranoia, it's pure havoc. Kai gets the kill onto Peach, the Pop Blossom into the bat line. It's going to be able to catch out 3, unleash power, finishes off the Nico, but Cornell College, they got 3 members deep running at Kaido, the sole survivor yet again. They're just barely able to get out of the fight. A flash forward
Kaido
by
has no
Cheese
flash.
Ravioli. They want to keep going. The fear is there. The rupture there. Ace comes out. Cornell College fight back big.
And there may be no minions down here in bot lane. Okay, actually there is, and there is Baron Bob in bot lane, in mid lane, and they're going to push to try and break the base if they can. But that was such a good team fight by them. Even though they lose the dragon, it's still not the end of the world because they get the big team fight value in that play. Maybe a bit of a misused bullet storm, but I feel overall it's still really nice how they set up everything in. Sweet Pitch, if this is not enough to begin considering maybe not giving him the rel for the next game, I don't know what would, because that was a 4-man Magnet Storm.
Yeah, a huge Magnet Storm. That was beautiful, and it goes back yet again to what we were talking about, Peaches. Keep letting them cook. They're right there. They're filling themselves inside the kitchen. They are feeling just fine inside of it. And now all the carries, all the DPS are online completely. It does come up to Ohio Northern. How do you stop the onslaught, right? Do you have anything to be able to stop them? Because this gold lead has ballooned at this point in time. It is rising high at the current moment in time. And Cornell College, every single time they see Ohio Northern and it's time to scrap, they get popped so quick.
It's really quick, and it's going to be even more damage onto the base if they are able to take this top lane turret and then move even further. But they are not overly confident in how they are approaching this because they are not walking in blindly. They are still trying to wait a little bit more, take their time, and then accordingly approach attacking. Because they could be just running into the enemy base, right? But so far, it's been a much calmer approach, and maybe it comes from the fact that they lost the previous week, so they probably want to take their time before taking their first win.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could put some respect on the fact that they're just kind of like, they're playing their pacing, right? Like, this is like a very stable, like, all right, you know what? We have the advantage. We have the lead. Let's not force anything. Let's let Ohio Northern dig their hole, right? It's a good old-fashioned game of, you see Ohio Northern, they have a shovel, and every now and then they look over at Cornell College like, you're going to go in this. And Cornell College, every single time they look over at them and say that, they actually push them a little bit deeper into the hole, just like, yeah, you keep thinking that.
Yeah, just wait before we just put you into the grave and don't come out again.
Man, with a GA on the Nocturne as well. By the way, out of everybody on the team from Cornell, we've talked a lot about everybody else at Kutsu with the 5-0 and 10 performance of on the Misfortune. Hasn't died yet. Been positioning really well inside these team fights. Another thing to admire. Doesn't get shouted out because it's not the flashiest of things to be able to position well inside of a fight, but when done right, you know, the Misfortune, all you really have to do inside the team fights is put yourself in the right place at the right time and let bullets rain.
Exactly. As long as you don't simply flash in or misposition yourself, you're going to have so much value as a Misfortune. And we were saying how scary it could be for her if she's not careful enough about throwing the ultimate and trying to position yourself as a Misfortune, but has found so many good opportunities.
Oh, maybe a possible miss. Going in, the Magnet Storm pulling him in. Cheese
Not even
Ravioli,
dead.
don't finish this thing off. Misfortune. Are you going to
Of
stay
course.
alive? You will. Every single member trying to dogpile onto MF, but Cornell leaves no one behind. They will barrel down the mid lane. 4 members dropped. Cornell College want the rest of this game. Cheese Ravioli, Spell Shield will help you from some autos. The recall coming in. Cheese Ravioli is just going to stop Kai for as long as possible. They just don't want Kai to be able to back. They're sending him back to the fountain with a 45-second death timer. Ohio Northern members are starting to spawn. It's Cuz up first. Next is Julian. Can they stop it? It's going to drop down very low. They have the Jarvan on top.
Wait.
The shutdown comes through, but you
Is
got
it
a
enough?
mountain of meat to chew through, and they are going to focus down this
It's too
Nexus
big, nope.
and get game 1. Cornell College picking up a dub.
They get the victory at the end. Cornell College, what a game they played. Everyone on point with how they needed to be positioned, with what they needed to do to accomplish the game perfectly, and they run it in such a great fashion. Huge props to everyone. Sweet Pitch as well. I think one of the more standout members with their engages. But like you're pointing out, Ikutsu as well, silently, but even if he was silent, it was still really great carry performance. Didn't die at the end. Or wait, actually, he did die, but
Yeah,
died
they died
when
at the
it
end.
didn't matter.
Sacrifice their life for the Nexus.
Yeah.
They said the one time I die is for the Nexus to die. You know
Exactly.
what? I get that. I get that.
That's
and that,
good.
Look, that's only game 1 of a best of 3 TDS. It's
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. I feel like Ohio Northern, they're gonna have to go back, drawing board, figure things out. You and me will get some time to kind of actually figure out exactly what we think they should do. But before we send it over to a short little break here, I did want to go ahead and give a little shout out to some love that we have here from our MEC, from Unified. Actually, the people who are behind the scenes that are running things. Unified have been inside the scene for quite a bit of time. And if you ever want to find yourself in a situation where you're able to kind of realize exactly what goes into an esports production, they have actually been taking the time to actually start focusing on written articles. This isn't something new from Unified. Unified's done this quite often, where they've gone through, they've done the little articles. They used to do it back in the day when they were known as Upsurge as well. I know some of you I just age checked a lot of you. Make sure you go ahead and hit !top 5. If you do that, you're going to be able to see the link to the latest article, talk about the scope of esports and how to run these events, get these events going in the back end. If you're interested in esports, whether it be as a spectator, possibly running it, or want to be a part of it, or you just enjoy the prospect of it, highly recommend checking it out. Yet again, hit that !top 5, be able to see that article, and hey, we appreciate you. Go ahead, take a moment, read that article. By the time we're back after this short break, we'll be going into game number 2 between Ohio Northern and Cornell College, so make sure you do not touch that browser.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I am with Cleveland State University's Sully. Sully, the question that we've been asking everybody, what does esports mean to you?
Well, esports to me is just like the ability to play with other players and compete with people and try to overall improve at the game. It's about not so much as winning, because when you win, it feels great, but it's about learning the game and playing the game at a high level and having fun at the competitions. That's what it's all about to me.
Having fun and the competition. Love that. First off, I do want to ask, over the last 3 months or so, we're talking Scholastic Esports.
Yeah.
Has there anything that the last 3 months has enabled you to learn?
For esports specifically, well, playing with my teammates, because before this I played at a 2-year school, and
Yeah.
so it's 2-year school. We had a lot more fun with it. Like, we didn't really do as well, but kind of just went in there and played some weird comps and just had fun. And now playing with all these other CSU guys, they just made me better, because playing with like better people and surrounding myself with better people just helps me learn. So I can kind of take things from everybody and take all their different play styles and mesh it into one. So
I love it. It really does happen everywhere, folks, whether it be esports or as well as real life. We all grow each other, and seeing that in the team dynamic is fantastic. We're at LAN.
Yeah.
It's another opportunity to get not only that team dynamic, but to look across the stage and be like, hey.
And take from them, too.
Yeah. You're taking positives from that. You know, you're getting them shook. I heard you all did fantastic earlier in a match. The LAN process. What's it been like for you? Have you enjoyed your experiences with LANs?
Yeah, so like, especially we didn't have school yesterday because our school observed Veterans Day, so it's like a 3-day weekend. We get to travel. It's like a vacation. We get to stay in a hotel. Last night we played some cards, different card games in our dorm room all together, in our hotel room all together. So it's like a big vacation, which is awesome. And then on top of that, we get to come here and play some Valorant, and that's the cherry on top.
I love it. And you throw on top of it, there's more to come.
That's right.
Favorite esports moment, but we're shaping it.
Okay.
It's from the last 3 months. It's going to be from this semester. And excuse me there.
This semester. Actually, like, today was probably the best moment because we played earlier. I got an ace. That was pretty awesome. And then the game before that, I did pretty well, and I got a triple spray transfer, which I'm pretty proud of, which I can't wait to go watch that tonight later. And so probably today. Today's probably been my favorite.
Hey, there you go. And this is just the beginning. It's not just the peak. Finally, we're looking forward toward the future. What does the future look like for you in esports going into the next semester? Anything coming up that you're excited about?
Well, I mean, this is our first.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. Welcome on into the Midwest Esports Conference. We're going into game number 2 of Cornell College taking on Ohio Northern. And CDS, we saw in the last game there were some problems for them. Ohio Northern, they took the lead back a little bit, but Cornell wrestled it back so quickly.
Yeah, there was a bit of back and forth in some of the situations. Goal lead never spiked higher for Cornell in most of the early game until a certain fight around the mid lane where they were trying to go for a pick and then they ended up just completely getting collapsed and dying. After that, it was just pick after pick after pick after team fight that went in favor of Cornell College, and they executed on it really, really well. I love the fact that they had a clear theme to their composition and they executed around it really, really well. They put the gold onto the Nocturne and delivered on it.
Yeah, and it was also like the rail that was so good, the positioning for the Misfortune, the Nikos, Plot Blossoms, and then even the Cho'Gath. We didn't talk about the Cho'Gath pick at all. Did its job. It sustained in lane. It came in as a big mountain of meat. Nobody was really able to get through it, and the Cho'Gath was always standing tall at the end of fights and was just like chomping into whoever was a survivor, trying to dive into the back line. It was really good to see like the Cho'Gath kind of actually peeled back in some fights. Actually focus on protecting when the Aatrox was going in for those deep flanks. So I wanna know, like, Ohio Northern. I feel like there was a moment where we saw them wrestle control back of the game because it did start looking like it was Cornell favored out of some plays in the bot lane, but they wrestled it back. We started looking at Kaido and Kai to be like, oh my, they're the brothers of destruction. They're back again. They're going to carry themselves out of this game. And then it was like 2 consecutive big like rail magnet storms into pop blossoms that feel like it just sealed the deal.
Yeah, the Brothers of Destruction got destroyed in 2 consecutive fights, pretty much. And after that, it was not unsavable, but after like those 2 big fights, we saw consistent picks happen onto multiple members, right? Like it wasn't just a team fight, but it kind of got out of control because the members were kind of getting scared about the prospect of losing more fights, and then multiple members got picked in one side on the other, and there was never a stop that was put on top of any of them. So at the end, they paid the price, and Cornell just managed the map really, really well. They took their sweet time, right? Like, and I respect that because they were careful about not throwing away the lead. And it's understandable. You're playing against an Aphelios and a Syndra, 2 champions that can clearly turn around a game if they get resources. So I think it was the right approach, but they probably could have rushed a bit more just because of how strong they were at that point in time.
Yeah, there was a moment that you had called out where they had focused down on like a Cho'Gath that was chasing them down, right?
Yeah.
And the Cho'Gath just kind of, like we were talking about just a couple moments ago, the Cho'Gath at that point in time got to the point where they had the HP to be able to be resilient, to make sure that they withstood all the damage that came in. And, you know, I do think that is a note that you have to take note of. The Nocturne was much more aggressive than the Jarvan in the early game. And,
yeah.
You know, when I look over and I'm seeing like there's a lot of people that are cheering on Julian, I feel like Julian is the player that we have to look at to be able to get that early advantage for themselves, because Cuddy had a fantastic game. Cheese Ravioli, Cuddy, whatever you want to call them, they are popping off inside of this game as this Nocturne. They had a great showing last week as well, so see if they can do that yet again here.
And so far with that first game, and the fact that they are back to blue side, I can see them trying to prioritize one of those 2 champions once again. Ohio Northern, Curdy, or at the very least, I feel like they want to try and get counterpick forward or soul laners, be it Kato or Aggression. So as long as they are able to get that advantage in red side, they can probably deliver. But they need to find answers, especially if Eliza just decides to go for tanks more. Like, it doesn't really matter if you get a great counter. If you're not taking advantage of that great counter, then it's not going to be the biggest deal. And just quickly, as we see the bans coming through, the Nocturne was banned away, and I can see maybe a Karma or an Eco getting banned away as well here in first rotation.
Yeah, I feel like Karma might be something that you still have to think about, right? Inside of this rotation.
Bard.
If they get rid of the Bard, that will be interesting because that will be taken away from Peaches. So then you're left to getting rid of either Karma or Rel. And I think Cornell have the options to be able to take either or. I don't think I can't remember how Cuz is on the Rel themselves. So they might actually opt to take it for themselves. I can't see it that pick just being like something that you absolutely have to take. Remember, Cornell did take Nico in their first pick.
Yeah, they took the Nico, so it's going to be interesting seeing what they opt into, because the Cornell went with the same bans, by the way. It's the same 3 bans from the previous game. So if something is going to change, it has to be Ohio Northern either banning away the Karma here, or maybe they leave it open and expect maybe that Cornell don't want to pick it. But no, it's going to be the Karma once again. Karma Bard banned away this game as well, added the Nocturne, and I feel like you can just opt into the Nico once again. Even if there's no Nocturne, the value from the Nico is still there if you're able to get a Rel once again.
And it does kind of put you into a situation as Kaido. Do you just lock in the Syndra as well if they lock in the Nico? So Nico comes in. Syndra into Nico is very much so like it should be a Syndra favored kind of ordeal. This would be interesting.
Okay.
Zier can poke out the Nico in a lot of cases, but you do have to watch out for the Pop Blossoms, or if you Shurima shuffle the Pop Blossom into your team.
That would be, I'm not gonna lie, that would be hilarious to see, but yeah, that is a factor that you have to be careful of when looking at team fighting. Also, with the Seer, you can technically push away the Rel. If I'm not wrong, you can still push away the Rel and the Nico as well. So maybe it's a preemptive measure against both of them, but that is an aggressive bot lane because it was immediate. It's Rel and the Draven for Ikutsu and Peaches, and this is a much different approach in my eyes. Like, this is all leaning on the early levels to try and kill this Ezreal.
Why there's so much Draven? There's so much
Draven.
Draven. like yesterday we had a Draven as well, so getting to see another Draven game come out, a little bit feisty here inside of the bot lane. The Ezreal as an answer is a very curious one to me. I guess you get away, so you'll never cash out on Adoration, but still, that's a pretty deadly lane together with a Rel.
And especially if the Ezreal gets behind, I don't think there's a lot of measures to actually fight back against the Draven. The Xin Zhao, though, it's Maokai support, or actually, could it be Maokai top lane?
It could be Maokai top lane. That's what I was actually looking at. We've seen a big resurgence of it. Over inside, Lilia gets locked in. Lilia's really, really good inside this game. I love the Lilia pick to come in. Cho'Gath into Maokai, bro. I'm back in season 2 of this is locked in.
It's against Udyr.
It's against Udyr. All right, well, whatever. I'm not back at season 2, I guess. I was like, dang, that's a season 2 top lane if I've ever seen one. So good.
Yeah, it's against Udyr.
Switch.
So, my biggest question mark here is the Maokai support really the best measure against the Rel? I know you can cancel your engage on top of the Rel, but Rel has more than one way to CC you. And that's a big concern for Maokai, because Maokai can evade 1, not 3.
So here's the thing. Fun fact about me. Last season, my second most played support character was Maokai. I actually enjoy playing Maokai a lot in support. Was
it poke mage or engage support?
It depends on the matchup.
Okay, honestly. Fair enough.
I think inside this you can go a little bit more pokey if you really wanted to. It does force the Draven. So what happens in this situation is you force the if you're constantly throwing saplings inside for lane dominance, it forces the Draven Rel to actually go to the opposite side of the minion waves, which make them actually easier to gank. So because you're hugging the wall at that moment in time. So it does make it easier for the Xin Zhao to actually come in with the gank, because he has good gap closing to go alongside with it. So you do have a good window for a gank. You can also be a big pest for anybody to try and gank. So Cody's going to have a harder time ganking.
That's true.
Because you could throw the sapling into the bushes that they got to walk through. And all of a sudden, you have set up this alarm system, but instead of it being like the tin cans rattling, there's like saplings screaming and running at you.
They sound like bells, but they are not actually bells. They are little exploding monsters that stop you from running. I think one of the changes to the Rift made it a bit harder to gank the Maokai lane, right? Because it's in the middle. Before, I feel like you could actually evade around it and maybe hug a wall. Here you have to walk by that bush 100% to be able to even reach bot lane from a point that you can gank them. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic that it's going to be faced here. And I feel like there's chances that maybe the Maokai can stop that with the saplings like you were mentioning. The only problem is that if they get engaged on, I feel like I'm pretty sure the Maokai and the Ezreal would both die. Or one of them dies at the very least.
I agree with you. It's I feel like the Maokai has to be very proactive with how they disengage, which is a very weird term. But I think when you feel a situation coming up, you have to just go ahead and hit the ult and stop them. The big thing is there's a lot of tools to keep people at bay inside this. Lilia does particularly want to be able to get onto you and get things set up for that wilting lullaby. Nico with the pop blossom, as we've seen. Draven is a fairly low range AD carry, right? You've got a lot of people. Rel, of course, we've already seen the Rel. So I feel like the Maokai's job is going to be more on that peel, like you were talking about. It does lead into the question of how does Kai position inside of it. Fun fact about this game here, I was looking through and checking out statistics and whatnot. Did you know that Ezreal was Kai's most banned champion in the last MEC season? This character was banned against Kai a majority of the previous season.
Yeah, I can't say I knew of that fact, so the fact that they pick it here makes a lot of sense, and it was recently buffed as well, so it's even better for them to try and play it out. Now, Kai has to step up, because last game, even though he was on the Philios, he barely had any chance to actually play the game. Not his fault either, because it was against a really tough composition, but he was put into a position to carry and he didn't found that angle. So this time around, he has the tools to try and peel by himself, and he has a champion that he's really comfortable on. So he has to step up.
Can I, besides stepping up though, can I just real quick say I am so sorry to Eliza for having to deal with this lane. I hate playing against Udyr
That's
top,
fair.
man. This champion is so annoying to have to play against top lane. I'm a fill player. I like support. Support's my favorite position, but whenever I play with my friends, I'm always the person that's like, yeah, guys, I can play anywhere. I always get put top lane. And then when
I think a
right
ton
now,
of people
when
feel
get put
that.
Udyr, oh, I hate Udyr. I hate playing against Udyr. I'd rather play against Fiora than Udyr.
See, I feel like that's the sentiment from pretty much everyone that right now has to play top lane against an Udyr. There's barely a lot of things that you can do against him, and it's not that I think he's extremely broken. Well, he kind of is, but at the same time, it just feels like even if you whittle him down, he's not going to stop doing what he does. And that's kind of the stressful part, as we see a slight gank, but it's not going to turn into anything.
No. A little bit too ahead of the gank here. I like the idea though. Good ward actually from Cornell College to make sure that they have an idea of the Jinzhou coming through the area. They also have the vision on Cuz head stacking over there, so they're real quick gonna just throw an axe at him, just be like, hey, stop that.
And I'm kind of surprised that they are in like looking on the side to maybe make something happen. Like they know that if they misengage, that could be a really bad situation to be put in. As we see once again, Eliza just taking the full brunt of the damage.
Just saying, man.
This is not fun.
Well, I feel like there's going to be Udyr defenders in Twitch chat that are just like, Travis, how could you? And like, Travis, no, Udyr's fine. Come on, we love Udyr. A lot of Udyr players that have came and gone throughout the MEC. I'm going to take a strong stance here. Stop it.
I will say
No
there are K-Santa defenders. That alone should tell you about the player base of League of Legends.
Man, oh man. Poke Wars going out into the middle of this bottom lane. You're gonna see this quite a bit. The bad thing is this Draven is outranged by the Ezreal.
Yeah.
So something that we really didn't talk about too much. So the Ezreal's actually having a great time. Good job actually keeping the lane in a very good state as well. They've chunked out the Draven. And this Lilia doesn't have that same amount of priority that the Nocturne did, and we're starting to feel a little bit of those vibes. Tower dive scenario coming in. They're trying to stop all the pain, but you cannot
close.
get past it. 1-for-1 trade into
Lilia's
the bot
coming.
lane. Lilia is on the way. Sweet Peach sees that Cavalry has arrived as a deer. They're getting the stun. They're
Oh,
getting
that
the
is
knock
so
up. They're
good.
getting everything they could want. But Kai can free hit inside this fight. They're just going to continue to auto down, whittle away. They might be but they can still fight. It will remain the 1-for-1 at the end of the play.
Ends up being the 1-for-1, but the important part is that Draven pretty much lost that huge wave by himself. So now Ikutsu is in a lane that he should be winning, but at the same time, he's simply not finding enough value. And this is all an escalating effect that happened from start of the game to this point. With the Xinjiao already ganking them, even though he didn't find a kill, it was pushing them away from the lane. And then now with all the setup that came through, it's now the kill onto the Draven, plus the fact that he's really far behind in terms of CS. So a really nice setup that the side of Ohio Northern managed there, and it's going to turn into potentially Kai being the hyper carry of the team.
On the bright side of things, right, didn't lose a ton of adoration at that moment in time just because of the fact they really hadn't been able to build it up. I do wonder exactly what the repercussion could come from that, though, because as you can see, Jinzhou, they put themselves behind in terms of the clears for their jungle camps because they spent so much time focusing on such a big threat, right? We all know how much of a threat Draven can possibly be. And this opens up for more examples to happen. The rail has left the lane, has gone up to the top side. You've got grubs being grabbed. They're being farmed up. You know, they're getting the resources there at the very least and making sure that they're getting a little bit of monetary value while the Draven does their walk back to lane. It's just a little bit of a scary time for that bot side. As you can see, the level 6, they go for the shuffle. They're going to get pop blossomed instead. Kaido in a terrible situation. They're going to choose to use their flash, keep the ultimate in hand, and they're going to continue to fight another day.
And he was the one that decided to go in, so ends up paying the price for his aggression with his flash getting blown, and in the future could potentially turn into another kill. That's a really nice small trade there. Also, in the meanwhile, while the grubs were taken, the dragon is also getting slain by the Xin Zhao, and they're in the bot lane, and they are trying to, at the very least, keep Draven at arm's length, because he's still not getting any farm.
Yeah, no, the Draven. Well, Kai's been freezing the wave, right?
Yep.
Like, that's the problem here. You can't really move up. If you do, you get chased down. And check this out, Julian trying to take advantage of the fact that bot lane is in for a worse position. They get a nice two-man Rue. Cuz, though, secures the kill on the cheese ravioli. The Nico looking for the play. The Shurima shuffle onto the back end. And look at Kai in the backside.
It's such a bad
place. The champion they were originally called King Kai on. And now they're looking to show everybody what is up. As they're able to find one. Draven did secure the kill onto the Azir, and that is the wrong way to walk. They use the clone to try and force something out of them. They get the resources at the bare minimum. Kai is going to continue firing away, though. They have red buff. They are confident. They have the cleanse. It is a-okay. There's no danger to keep themselves at bay. Eliza forced out of the engage in the top side of the map, and Chaos reigns supreme, and Ohio Northern, they're the ones that steering it.
And the big difference maker there is how strong your AD carry is, because Kai can fight against multiple targets. He can do a lot of stuff because he's so far ahead. Meanwhile, the Draven, even though he reaches the fight, he's just a birdie and AD carry at this point. He has some damage, but he cannot collect anything on his side. In the meanwhile, also, because of what happened in the mid lane, Felwyn didn't have the ultimate at that play. Kato did. And that was another difference that ended up mattering a lot for how they were approaching that fight. Really good play by Ohio Northern, able to get a lot of value in that play. Even though they don't get farther ahead in the jungle, they are still making Kai a big, big monster in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is Kai's world at this moment in time, right? They've gotten themselves a nice lead for themselves. 1-0-2. They have red buff inside of laning phase, which means any single time they don't even really need to worry about the fact that they have the range advantage. They can just constantly whittle down with these auto attacks as well, and we're seeing that time and time again. It sets him up for a beautiful position to transition through, right? And a K is earned on Ohio Northern that they are above the opposition in. They've got their advantages, and it has come off the back of Julian doing a little bit of self-sacrificing for themselves, saying, I'm going to be a gank-happy machine. But you know what? That's the ideal way to play Xin Zhao, I've heard.
Yep. It's a nice correction from the previous game, right? In the previous game, you were playing Jarvan, which does a similar function, but you weren't really trying to gank. Oh, wait. Botling dive.
They want it. I mean, Peach is half HP. They are on their horse.
Kutsu is still not level 6, by the way.
Yeah, it's a hard time. Right now, Cuz is putting Peach in the situation that they were in before.
Yeah.
Turnabout's fair play.
Yeah, it's 1-for-1 in the game. You get one game, I get the other, and we see how it works out. But they are just demolishing this bot lane. And the difference is that Draven doesn't have the same utility as Misfortune. You get value, but it's not even close to being the same.
It's pressure. Like, you just throw out the ultimate, you say, all right, sure, we'll make things happen. I mean, what can you do? You throw the spinning blades back, and what goes around comes around, but right now, Ohio Northern, they get to do as they please with no repercussions. Now Eliza over into the top side. Can they get consumed? The shield is there. The turtle stance is so unbalanced inside of it. Immediately switching over to the shield to make sure that nothing happens. It is going to be Kaido finding that kill onto the Nico, finishing him off. And things are not looking good for Cornell College. They are falling behind. They are falling to the side of Ohio Northern.
Exactly. There's no clear answers. And the problem when there is no clear answers is that, and just in some play, Felwyn died, by the way. I don't even know when that happened or how that happened.
Mid lane. I mean, it's the poke war. It's the fact that as a Nico, so Syndra has this cool thing where you have Scattered Awake and you have like the outplay potential. Aggression should be fine here. It's going to be a-okay.
Yeah.
But you have this like whole range advantage where technically the Azir can just output more damage from a safer distance. Kaido was doing great inside the laning phase as the Syndra, but you only are able to take care of one member.
Yeah.
Azir can take care of multiples, and now the Azir's just in a golden space.
Yeah, and one of the other big things that we haven't talked much about is the fact that this time around, Julian, with the pressure, he's also been able to just completely live down during the bot lane. Like, he hasn't cared at all about the existence of top lane or mid lane, for that matter. Like, he's bot lane only champion. It's like they had two supports down there helping Kai.
Julian playing with blinders. He does, like somebody else speaks in the call, he doesn't hear them. They're just muffled.
Yeah, kind of.
Hey, I can use a gank mid lane. I'm going
Is
bot
my
lane. I'll be there
ADC
soon.
speaking? Okay, I go there. Is my top lane speaking? Who the hell are you?
Like Julia's just like, yes, Kai, what can I do for you? You wanted to get an advantage here? Cool. And I mean, it's also like Cuz is playing really well here. The ultimates have been great at pushing them back. Look at the amount of pressure that's been put into bot side. Let's get away from top lane. Let's let bot side, because there's all this going on. Julian invading, Felwyn trying to be defensive, but Lily is just sitting in the inner bush in bot side, just guarding because a tower falls. First brick goes over to Ohio Northern into the bot lane. I mean, everything is their favor. Why this mountain of meat? Why are we still watching this? I want to see bot lane.
Top lane, something about top lane always calls for the camera. I don't know what it is, but certainly it's not the fighting, because bot lane was a bit more exciting about it. And once again, they are forced out of position. Julian gets another red buff. They got another dragon as well down there in the bot lane. They have complete control of what is happening on this side of the map. And Raven is simply not a champion. He barely can do anything compared to this Ezreal.
I don't know how you recover. I think Draven is always like a gambit champion, where it's like,
yeah,
what is your gamble coming in? Hot Blossom connecting, still laying in the CC on Takeda, but you're still fairly weak. Owen in a little bit danger close in the scenario. Cheese Ravioli is here into the area. Julian's going to be able to find a bit there as the tip of the spear will meet the challenge laid out to the arena. Says Julian, is you're going to keep pressing the advantage forward. They said I didn't get to have the great showing last time, but check it out. Cheese Ravioli with the burn finishes off Julian, and now to the top side we go back into the contest. The meat mountain over into the top lane, just some meaty characters fighting off against each other. Eliza doing what they can, but the abilities are not able to connect, and aggression will find a solo kill, cuz considered kill securing there, but will not find such.
Yeah, I'm not a huge, I don't have a huge amount of knowledge about top lane matchups, but I'm pretty sure you don't fight 1v1 against a Nudier as a Cho'Gath. You just simply farm and wait until it's your moment to shine. And that is when you get like 3 items, kind of. And that is a lot of damage onto Ikutsu.
Yeah, I mean, on the bright side of things, I will say, the Cho'Gath, if Cho'Gath actually hit the ability there, I think you're, like, if you hit the Rupture, I think aggression was in consume range at that moment in time.
Okay.
Like,
Did he have the mana, though?
It was very, very close. It was a lot closer than what you would normally think, especially because it is a Frozen Fist Udyr that's coming in here, so they'll be doing a lot of slap-a-lapping up in the top lane, but, I mean, it is just going to be the story of the game, right? You kind of have to...
Yep.
Bandage your wounds and make sure you don't bleed out. And yet again, nice use there. Divide the line, say, hey, yo, Cho'Gath, stay away from me. My soldiers, talk to my soldiers. Sunday's coming in. Kaido is not letting him relenting on this. This actually might be a case of greed equals feed. They will hold down 1v2. They'll hold it down and stay alive.
I don't think you actually can try and attempt no, it's not the Bauer.
Lullaby.
No, I forget the name of the ultimate.
Oh, there you go. You're gonna go the Pop Blossom. One in. Let's see what we are going to do as they go forward. As you know, we're seeing as they continue throwing out these bowling balls, laying in the hurt. I don't know what exactly would be the best case. Oh, it sounds like my co-caster's just having a couple issues inside of the thing, so apologies on everything if you're not able to hear my beautiful co-caster's voice, TDS. But are you back? Do you have the okay? Do you have the giant thumbs up at the current moment in time? Production, can you put a thumbs on the screen? A thumbs up.
Yeah, it's
Can you thumbs up emote for me? Thumbs down? Thumbs up? Okay. Well, you know what? I tried. They weren't ready for my thumbs up emote. But no, thumbs down emote. Okay, we still can't hear you, TDS. TDS, more like TDC. Haha. No. But in the meantime, I'll you know, guys, the don't you dare boo me. I will give the weird Travi solo experience for now. Is TDC here? Or is it TDS? Alright, I'm calling you TDC. Because he is a pain. This is what I love about Maokai, where you're able to just keep on throwing the saplings. Everything around neutral objectives is your domain. Kaido is over the wall. Summoning soldiers. It's time to praise the Empire.
which I still haven't. So it's now so. Oh no.
As they continue to do the tech difficulties and kind of weather through the storm, all of that. Hopefully we'll be able to get TBS back inside the call, but until then, we'll be joined with the wonderful rhapsodies of Cornell College, farming their camps, trying to, you know, resuscitate themselves a little bit. It's a 4K differential, soul point available for Ohio Northern. Keep themselves in a very much so winning condition at this moment in time. Let's see what happens. Okay, sounds like the tech difficulties have continued onwards. We're getting things figured out, so thank you for the patience here, as we will just continue to go about things and put them in consideration of stuff and things. How about a Pop Blossom into the top lane with Rift Herald coming about? True Shot Barrage comes in, Whirling Death, and all of a sudden onto the back end, you see the Xin Zhao actually got popped and decimated. Eliza getting that nice kill off onto Julian. It was a play for Felwyn, but truly, Cornell, somehow they make Ohio Northern make a critical error in that situation, and Eliza capitalizing on it, benefacting. Ohio Northern's not done. They've got a lot of poke that they can actually throw out with the saplings, with the Ezreal True Shot, with the Mystic Shot barrages that they're able to continuously throw out. So I definitely think that they are going to just sit around here, continue laying in that poke. And with these saplings, I mean, it is a hard ass to make sure that you're able to defend this as best you can. You can see Peach is trying to just grab the saplings out of that bush and make sure that they can have a safe escape.
I think it's better now after that big fight. Not a great team. Cool. So it should. Finally.
Is that TDS? Is TDS back with me? Is it a thumbs up emote or is it a thumbs down emote? Production, I need to know. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and continue going through this. There's a shutdown coming through, big catch out happening. Cambodia gonna be able to find the kill onto Julian. And now they're going to continue going the way, but check out Kai into the back line, being able to get some nice shots as they retreat out of the fight. They're going to lay in a good amount of hurt still as the Eliza just trying to get in there. Kai is staying alive inside this fight. And while that's all happening, Kai's just split pushing bot side. What is going on inside of this game? Ohio Northern, they're still finding advantages. Gold lead is still in their favor. They lost the team fight, but they're not healthy enough to even go into the Baron pit and try to secure a victory through that. The Ohio Northern still coming out on top with the dragon spawn in under 2 minutes. I think that puts a couple worries for the team.
Drury, this is pretty much chaos. They are fighting to try and gain control in some ways, but now finally Cornell is closer to being able to put a 5 than they were 5 minutes ago. And the important part is the dragon is coming up really soon, and that may be a turning point. That being said, both carries are still alive, and they are really strong on the side of Ohio Northern, so there is still maybe another miracle needed to turn this around.
I do love the fact that we have Lichbane Azir. It's actually been something that's been popping up a little bit more. It's been my favorite build this season for the Azir. I just like the idea of just kind of going in with your Lichbane procs, your Nashor's Tooth, and just absolutely decimating targets just very swiftly, very quickly. Every time you shuffle yourself on in, you get that empowered strike. It's so good. And a lot of this team is all about that, right? You get those empowered strikes, these abilities, these autos, they're hurting, they're chunking from this squad. For me, it's just about Cornell College being able to find a definitive win, right? They got a very good win there, but I won't call it definitive because they didn't get any objective, any control over the map, right? They didn't even get a tower, so they didn't get an objective bounty. Like, they haven't gotten anything off the back of that. And when Dragon's spawning up in 30 seconds, it's a do or die moment, I feel like, for Cornell College to make sure that Mountain Soul doesn't go over.
And it's not the first time that they've been able to find a teamfight win without gaining even something that matters even more than just the kills. So hopefully they are able to get not only a teamfight win, but turn it into a much bigger value play after the fact. But they are taking quite a lot of poke here, the Dragon already spawning, and the fact that they have control over the river makes it really difficult for Cornell to even approach this fight.
Yeah, I said Mountain Soul earlier. It's actually the head stick. I saw the symbol up in the top left, and I was like, Mountain. Yeah,
they never changed it.
Dragon. But they never change it. They never will. Cheese Ravioli going in. Gets the Wilton Lullaby onto one member. The disengage coming about as well as an option. Sweet Peach
is dying.
Fine. Dragon is dying. It's under half HP. They're going to have to go for the play now.
Oh, this might.
And it's not going to be secure. The True Shot Barrage knocking out two members. The Nico, the Rel. It's a double kill. It is a full retreat. Cornell College. They are fully routed at the Dragon, and this is going to be the call sign. Ohio Northern. They say there's a big purple worm on the map. We're going to go ahead and grab Baron Nash.
Yeah, and what this game is showing for me is that note to future Cornell College, do not pick a Draven blind and then expect everything to work out with no attention down there, because it can turn into complete and utter chaos, especially with the 5-0 Ezreal on the side of Ohio Northern. And the first game may have been really tough for them, but they decided to wake up for the second one, and it's looking like we may have the series going the full way, Trevi.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go the distance. And AO, that's pretty insane. You got yourself in a situation now where Ezreal is, sitting pretty good. They got the throne on themselves here. King Kai is back into the MEC. They've been a little quiet here, but inside this game, you can definitely feel the fact that they have that scepter in hand. They're the ones that are dictating the pace of the game by the fact that they stayed alive in every single fight and have been putting out DPS unlike any other. And check out Julian on the wraparound Failwind. You could throw around the Doppelganger, you could throw out your Pop Blossom, but they're not going to be caught up in the smoke. And now it's Cheese Ravioli on the opposite end. They are ignited, but they stay alive just barely.
That was such a close death potential there for Cheese Ravioli at the end, able to survive. Kai may have taken a lot of damage there, but they are still just able to deal so much damage on the back end. Oh,
yeah, but check, Liza is in such a bad situation now. Look at the Madness Storm into the map line,
no.
only onto Cuz though. Kai is dominating. You can see they have the Wilting Lullaby coming on through. The cleanse for Kai has been so pivotal in this game. And the Draven got one kill, but the HP bars you've had to sacrifice have been so insanely much. You've lost so much inside of that last fight. Kaido and Kai with Cuz beside of them. They can just continue to push through if they want. They've got Udyr walking in.
He wasn't even there,
wave in the top. It wasn't even an Udyr there, bro. What is this?
It's just the amount of value they have, and they are not even going to end the game just yet. They are going to respect the play, take the 2 inhibitors, and go back to base. There's a lot of gold still left to be spent, and they have enough time to just go back, it seems.
Yeah. They can show the respect if they want, but I'm gonna be honest. That's a touchy area. You're in for a raw time here. 2 minutes until Elder Dragon. I feel like if you're Ohio Northern, that's your time limit to just end the game. You don't really want to try and force it around the fight at the Elder Dragon, even though your team is very much so strong. I feel like this team could just end with one more team fight, and the Elder Dragon might just be the catalyst for them to just go ahead and finish things off. It's a timer for Cornell College, more so than anything.
It's 130 where they can take some farming to themselves. They can try and get some gold for their important champions. And crucially, one thing that we have to consider for Elder Dragon fights is that even if you have control, there is technically double smite on the side of Cornell College. They have Shogath, Chomp, plus the smite. So it's really easy to lose out on an objective fight if you're not careful enough. And I feel like Ohio Northern, even if they are so far ahead, it's still playing it risky, trying to go for a 50-50 on the Elder Dragon. Like, I feel they can try and just force a fight with their poke that benefits them even more than just trying to go for the dragon.
I agree with you. I feel like they could just do this, right? You've got 2 inhibitors down. You can encroach on the top side of the map. You can make sure that those minion waves are constantly pushing in your favor. Make it to where they have to pay attention. If they don't, minions are inside their base. And you're just poking them out in the meantime. Like, I really love the idea that they have Cuz and Kaido here above them. And aggression down here is just tanking up the hits. You can see the Maokai pulls the trigger, says, all right, sure, we're going to go ahead and call our shot here. Whirling Death does not whirl around for anyone. Kaido, full HP. This Hextech Soul is just so oppressive when you have this type of a composition. They're just going to keep doing such.
Oh.
It's not going to hit. I mean, look at how quickly they get melted. Nope. This is Nashor's Tooth Lichbane combo. It just melts you so quickly. And, hey, this is looking like it's a slow, painful way. Ohio Northern, they're playing it Tetsfoot. They're playing it slow. They're playing it to their comp's pace. And Cornell College, they're trying to accelerate, trying to find moments to bring things forward. But this base is wilting very swiftly. That's 1-2 towers hit with a combo. Aggression going forward. Cheese Ravioli hurting. You're going to be playing a dance over into the fountain, but Rail goes down. There's nothing to wait about as Ohio Northern punch back game number 2 in a decisive manner.
I was just waiting for them to finish the game because at that point, it just felt like the difference in gold and in Baldwin Champions was just simply way too high. Really well played by Ohio Northern. They realized their win condition pretty much. In the previous game, the best performing member was Kai down there in the bot lane with a lot of gold, but not a lot of attention put into him. This time around, they realized they can put attention onto Kai. They played around their bot lane and they deliver really, really well. Now, the question is going to be what the answer will be for Cornell because they were completely massacred down there in the bot lane. Namely, they played a riskier champion in the form of the Draven. And if you're playing Draven, you have to play for Draven, not away from Draven.
Yeah, and even then, right, like it didn't feel like they played away. They just didn't have a composition that really could play to it, right? You kind of want the Lilia to farm up, get level 6. You saw a couple moments where the Lilia went down there, but Jinzhou happens to be stronger than you. Especially when they tend to set up a camp there and go camping. They went camping and instead of having mushrooms on the end, I mean not mushrooms, marshmallows. Those are the different ones. Yeah, those are more common in s'mores. They were using champions for the marshmallows is what I was going to go to. So, hey, they got their s'mores.
You could even argue that there was a tree down there. So yeah, they were camping really comfortably with the Maokai, and they delivered in the manner that we were expecting of them. So really nice game, really good turnaround from that first game, and now it's all decided on the last game. Whoever can get their victory here, obviously going to be really happy, but can maybe drive that momentum for tomorrow.
I'm all about it. I'm all here for it. But TDS, before we go ahead and take ourselves a short little break, I heard that you had something that you wanted to say about the MEC Clash.
Yeah, and MEC Clash, we know how valuable or how much the players have been delivering here in the MEC. Great plays, great performances, but if you want to compete just like them, just like the players here in MEC, the MEC Clash, you can join us over at the Hyatt Regency Deerfield on February 10th or 11th for the FanFest in Deerfield. You can get the same experience as the MEC players here. You can play just like them and feel the same level of excitement and the same level of community as they are able to feel here and just enjoy a great time overall. So once again, on the Hyatt Regency Deerfield on February 10th and 11th, great experience. Why not come? If I could, I would go.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I'm alongside Cleveland State's own Revy. The question that I've been asking everyone is, what does esports mean to you?
Esports is just like really a way for us to be able to like engage with other students, and not only that, but also like learn how to cooperate and work as a team.
So a lot of I heard a little bit of potential learning in there as well. Of course, it is scholastic esports at this point. Over the last 3 months, has there been anything that you'd like to highlight that maybe you've learned?
Really just like getting like working as a team is always better than just being like an individual player, because that only gets you so far. Like I used to be Immortal 3, like that's very high in Valorant, but that doesn't mean anything if I just don't cooperate with my team. Because at the start of the semester, everyone does their own thing. We lose rounds, but if we work together, stop being selfish, works wonders.
LAN is a completely different environment. Case in point, we got microphones going off and everything, announcing what's going on next. But LAN, completely different environment. How about LAN for a second? Let's quantify it. What does playing on LAN mean to you, that opportunity?
So, like, LAN just, like, for me, means we made it that far to participate in the LAN, but also there's, like, it's more high stakes because you're viewing your opponents, like, across the stage, and it's, like, there's more at stake, like, because you want to win, you can't lose, you don't want to lose. Just that.
I like that answer quite a bit. Here we go. Your favorite esports moment. Did you have a clip this fall semester that you really would like to brag about, or
maybe not my clip, but my teammate?
There you go. I've had a lot of people bragging about their teammates here. I'm interested to know. Who was it? What was it?
CSU Sully. He's actually walking by. He actually got an ace. I believe second map against our first team we played. I believe it was Simpson. He has got a clean 5 kill with his Phantom. Just
nice.
Beautiful.
For those of you who do not know what was just said, that means one person carried the world for a single game. And it was beautiful. So, finally, looking forward towards the future, esports is continuing to grow. What are you looking forward to the most going into next semester?
Honestly, just like looking to get into like the biggest conferences there are and just be able to place first. Of course, we're in consolation this time around, but you never know when we can be on top.
There you go. The desire to grow, to continue to learn, and to do it with all your friends and support them along the way in the things that they do. Love to hear every moment of it. Thank you so much, Revy.
Well, thank you for having me.
Hello and welcome on back, everyone. We are here for the Midwest Esports Conference, and hey, yo, We're in game number 3. We're inside of it. It's a matchup I was looking forward to with Cornell College taking on Ohio Northern. And you know what? My hype is paying off right now. I'm very ready for this. TDS, are you? Because that game 2, that felt like Ohio Northern was playing a little bit mad. They were like, yo, hold on. What happened game 1?
They realized their big mistake in that first game and then turn around everything coming into the second one. Huge performance by their carries. I think a big turnaround from Julian as well, because the first game he had a ganking jungler and didn't execute on it. This time around he had a ganking jungler and executed on it. So really good turnaround. And I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out for the third game, because I'm pretty sure Cornell probably is not looking to pick the Draven blindly once again.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about too. It's like, it was such a good angle. I like the fact that Kai was just like, yo, I got the Ezreal in my pocket. It just got buffed. Hello, what are you doing here? Like, immediately grabbed it. They had a response.
Yep.
And I love a couple of the adaptations they made. Cuz was another one I really liked the adaptation from. I like the Maokai. I like the fact that they were able to kind of play this this role that while they were engaging, they made sure that they couldn't like do any kind of weird trades in the engage, right? There was no options for Rel to really get into the backline. The Azir worked out really well too. Was like a one-man demolition crew whenever they would split. And then also inside of team fights would actually just burst people down.
Yeah.
So I really like a lot of the adaptations. I think now the question is, Cornell College, you understand what Ohio Northern's going to target from you, and you understand what worked good for you in game number 1. What do you do?
The overall changes felt really good coming into it, and now we need to see what the adaptations will be as well in draft, because in the first game the only banned champion was the Nocturne, but the changes in dynamic were really big from the side of Cornell and also from the side of Ohio Northern. So now what are they going to try to adapt into? Are they going to ban away any other champions, change up their ban phase, or change up their approach once again? Because I feel like even though the idea may have looked similar for Cornell, the overall way of playing it was reliant on Draven getting ahead. Something that didn't need it to happen in the first game, because in the first game, even if Misfortune falls behind, Bulletstorm is always an existing preoccupation for the enemy team. And I feel like that didn't exist in that second game. So I want to see how they change their dynamic, and also if the Ezreal begins getting banned as well.
Now, for me personally, TDS, I know you've came in here and jumped into a couple casts. I've been very much so in touch with the MEC community. I love the MEC community. I love them so very much. Between games, I like
Understandable.
to go to Twitch chat and all this other stuff. Can I read you a poem that brought a little bit of a tear to my eye?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's obviously a poem because it made me feel things, and that makes it a poem. Who is King Julian? For the blind, Julian is the light. For the hungry, Julian is the bread. For the thirsty, Julian is the fountain. For the sick, Julian is the cure. For the prisoner, Julian is freedom. For the liar, Julian is the truth. For the traveler, Julian is the way. Amen.
Yep, I'm a King Julian believer.
Okay. We got a lot of them inside of Twitch chat, so if I see a spam like that going on in chat, yo, I gotta pay respect to that. There's no way I'm not. We're getting in the draft inside of game number 3 between these two teams.
Yeah, and look what it's getting, potentially banned, if not already banned away. The Ezreal, that was quick to be looked into, and Kai deserved the ban. Yeah, if they didn't realize that they left open Kai's Ezreal in the previous game, now it's not going to be open at all.
I feel like this is a refresher to everybody that Kai's Ezreal is nasty. So like it wasn't banned in their last series either. So I think this is literally just everybody all of a sudden it's just like, oh no, we forgot about this. This is like raid boss potential here. So now respect put onto the name. By the way, Cornell College, blue side, games now, no side swaps.
Yeah, they just simply like blue side that much, or they have a lot of value put into the side. In the previous 2 games, it was the Nico first pick. Now, are they going to change that approach with the change to the Ezreal ban, with the Bard getting banned first pick as well, or first rotation as well? Are they going to leave the Karma on the side of Ohio Northern? That's something we need to look into as well. The Nocturne as well, potentially. But changes are going to come through. Corki is also being left open.
Yeah, Corki is pick that we have seen be quite the big member of most teams. I think Ohio Northern might actually just stick with the same bans for themselves too. So
Could be.
I feel like that will be the way. That would make the most sense to me. Ohio Northern actually banning the Maokai. Y'all are the ones that played that.
Yeah, that's an interesting ban. So they are leaving either the Karma or the Nocturne open.
Yes. Either the Karma or Nocturne. I feel like you get rid of the Nocturne. I think you leave Karma up. If you're stuck between the two.
Because on the other side, it could be a Corki for Karma trade. Corki is left open. So if Nocturne gets banned, it's Corki for Karma, or if Nocturne it's left open, could be Corki for Nocturne. Kind of deal.
Like I feel like you ban Nocturne. I think Karma is easier to deal with, and it also throws a little bit of a wrench. Interesting thing too is Cornell is saying, "Yo, the Nico, we're banning it." So they're the ones that first picked it 2 games in a row now. This means that they were first picking it because they didn't want Ohio Northern to have the Nico. That was a big thing for them. So now their draft is opened up exponentially. We do not know exactly what they want. Do they take the bait of the Karma? Because if you don't, it's going to be that. But that is a Hway. We haven't seen a Hway from anybody else except for Drury. This is going to be a fun game.
Is that a support Hway or a mid lane away? Like, that is a difference that may matter later on, but it's the Xinjiao once again for Julian. And what do they want to go here? Karma left untouched so far. And Caitlyn.
Caitlyn coming in. Caitlyn was another character that we saw Kai actually have some very good performances on in the previous season, so it feels like we are seeing a little bit of a callback to Kai going to what's comfortable for them inside of this. Julian getting the Jin Zhao is a very good choice. I think despite falling behind, they did the thing where you fall behind in terms of CS, but you're farming champions, so who cares at all? But this is the answer I wanted to see. The Trundle coming out, a slept-on pick currently, and this is a textbook counter to the Jin Zhao.
And a really good, the pillar value is almost always great, not only for the Xinjiao, but also for the Caitlyn. I feel like slept on with champions that barely have any mobility, so could be really good. The Seraphine added on top of it, so the range could be really nice for Cornell, but they are adding the range as well onto the block. So there's a lot of range to play for both sides, and if they are not careful enough, they can just get completely blown out in a way. But it's going to be Karma and Corki just banning the second rotation. Nobody cared about neither of those 2 champions.
I think that's smart though, because you're looking at a Hway that's going to be in the mid lane more than likely, and Hway just going to clear waves for days. Don't want to give them any kind of range advantage. They're going to go ahead and blind the Cassante. Top side says, okay, cool. They lock in Garen. Garen just recently had buffs that were pretty big, and it's locked in.
And it's going to be... I remember hearing that Garen mid was going to be a much bigger deal than Garen top lane, but as an answer to the Cassante, still could be a great choice. And now for the last pick, to AD carry, it is the Senna Seraphine bot lane. That's a lot of healing and a lot of range that you probably have to go through as the Xinjiao or the Cassante. But there is range on the Caitlyn Lux as well, so I'm excited to see how this game goes. And there's Kato's Sylas. That's a scary prospect to look at, especially with the amount of ultimates, good ultimates that there is on the other side.
Brother, it was banned both games.
Yep.
First phase. They ended up turning around and saying, hey, yo, the Nico, we're banning it. We don't want to worry about it. They switch around their ban. That took place from the Sylas ban.
Yep.
The Sylas now being up here. Kaido's Sylas is notoriously good for being very aggressive, very good with the trades. And look at all the good ultimates there are to be able to yoink here for yourself. So this is going to be a very fast-paced, aggressive game, I feel like. You got a bot lane that can kind of control their own fate. If Caitlyn Lutz, the old school terror of the bot lane, does not win you this laning phase, you're going to be in for a rough go about with the Seraphine Senna.
Yeah, the Caitlyn has to be really strong for this game to work out really well for Ohio Northern. Not that it's impossible for the other champions to play, but the range discrepancy is going to be much better for Cornell. And the longer the game goes, the better it is for their composition. Like, they get stronger and stronger the longer the game goes, and there's nothing stopping them from just becoming raid bosses with the duration of the game. So it's gonna be a scary prospect for Ohio Northern, but there's things to consider that they have potential to make the game go their way.
Yeah, and the thing I'm interested in too, because Sante can technically like kidnap somebody from one of the either side here. Like they can you grab the Hui and take him out. They can take the Seraphine, get them out of the fight. They can take the Trundle and take them out of the fight. Though that's probably the person that they might not want to deal with in a 1v1 fight. Who knows? Just because he can steal stats the way he can. But the Garen is a big question mark for me. Because I feel like you were talking about it. We've seen a lot of people talk about like the Garen mid. You get Berserker Greaves on your first back, and the mid laner can't keep up with the tempo that you achieve from buying that item. It's ridiculous. And you kind of just spin to win. But hey, it's neither here or there. We'll get the answer to exactly what this game will be. We're getting into game number 3 here. Ohio Northern, Cornell College, both a game apiece. Only one can come out with the dub, though. Twitch chat, I seen the King Julian chants. I see all the Ohio Northern. Cornell College, don't tell me you guys are going to let that just happen. Let me hear you guys cheer for your teams here. They need your energy. And right now, this Seraphine needs a lot of it. You need to pack in the glow sticks right now. It's going to get out of harm's way.
She got attacked early on. If not for the bind missing there by Cause, that could have been an early flash or early kill for the side of Ohio Northern. Really good start, and at the very least, they know that they have a bit of control in the tri-bush of the bot side. They also know that there was no jungler nearby because there was no kind of attention there. So could potentially look to start really aggressively from Julian going down there and trying to put as much pressure as possible into the bot lane.
Is good stuff. No summoners blown though, which is nice. We love that. It's gonna be a chill time. This is gonna be a chill time to see here. As I feel like my question I have is, does Julian set up a tent somewhere again, and where will it be?
I'm pretty sure the answer has to be bot lane. No, like if you want to kill people, the best place is probably bot lane, since you have the advantage and you have a lot of big potential. So I would be willing to say that Julian wants to go bot lane or mid lane, since you do have a Silas, and if you get the first bit of CC onto the way, blowing the flash is super easy. And then the repeat gang is much easier to follow up on. Oh.
You can already see Buddy having a little bit of a weird time inside the matchup against Cassante. We will see a good bit about it. The big things that got changed with the Garen was that W duration.
Yep.
So you can kind of just hit W and then spin the win, and you kind of just shove in the wave for free. Having a good time, though. Painting up some pain for Kaido whenever he tries to go in for those trades.
That is a lot of good trading that is happening down there in the top lane and in the mid lane. Even if the Silas takes a bit of run damage, this could work out really, really well for when it's too far away.
Too far away, and the counter gank that comes about too. It's
Insta
flash. Good stuff from Cheese Ravioli, making sure that they are in the vicinity. Good read on the play as well.
But look at that, Trevi. It's already starting, the bot lane pressure that we were kind of expecting to begin happening with the Kate Lux. They are trying to get that first plate as soon as possible, and not many farming coming in from the side of the Seraphine and the Senna.
I mean, that's kind of what you expect, right? They have that range advantage, right? If I'm playing this, fun fact, when I first started like trying to learn how to play bot lane, I tried to learn bot lane like a couple of years ago and just started playing it. I gave up on AD carries very quickly and said Seraphine is my main. So
that's fair.
Seraphine's one of those characters where it's just like, you can be down 10 CS, 20 CS, it's fine. You're about the team fights. When the dragon fights happen, that's when we're starting to see the value. You just don't want to bleed out money. As you can see, Eliza doing some very big aggressive moves into aggression, who is now but very good stuff to be able to see.
Yeah, overall so far working out really well. I'm just watching it, Eliza. Threatening this. That's first blood.
Yep. He goes unstoppable.
Nothing you can do there.
That does not stop the ultimate CC, the gray screen of death.
I respect the attempt though. I feel like aggression is probably all of us there trying to do everything to survive, knowing that our fate is pretty much sealed. But I respect it.
I mean, good showing, sure. We're seeing it now, and it's kind of the tricky thing whenever you have to go against a Garen. Garens are just as likely to like just run you down with like Ignite and whatnot, which makes things a little bit troublesome. You can see Aggression trying to do the same. Trundle is up here in the top side. Got baited in by the low HP, and now Cassante is going to be pushed out into the tower. Oof. And Peaches taking a good amount of hurt. This combo will hurt you, and they're doing that cheeky little thing where you put those cupcakes, you open the bakery, but look at Kaido flashing in. The chains are there. You can try and fear him, but that will not stay his hand. Kaido getting the solo kill inside the mid lane, and now Cuz is here looking for that wraparound on the Peach, or get the Cluns coming through, and now Cuz calling their shots, solo killing the opposition on their own time. Cuz took game one a little personal.
Yeah, support and support action, it works out perfectly for the Lugs that just consistently throwing out the poke, and even if Cheese Reveal is coming, I don't think it's going to turn into much.
Yeah, it's still just going to be the same case here. Cuz taking a good amount of damage. Cheese Ravioli, though, is in for a world of pain. This slow connects, that flash forward. Yep. Kai did not leave the fuzzy cuffs at home. They will lock away the key. Cheese Ravioli.
You can flash everything except an out attack.
Yeah. I mean,
also, just wanted to wait.
They're going to just trade ultimates with each other. That was very confusing. They made a pie chart there for a moment there.
That was an interesting interaction with how the ultimate worked out, and now Failwayne. Oh no, no flash.
Failwayne does not have flash. They're going to be able to lay in a good amount of damage to trade off, but the chains come in. Failwayne goes out yet again, and I like this look from Julian. Julian got the grub, immediately rotated on into the mid lane, and immediately punished the quick exchange between the two.
Yeah, this feels like a much better approach from Julian, and this is kind of what we were asking for from him in the first game. This time around, and in the second game, much more proactive, looking to try and gank, and something that we talked about at the start of the game. You may look bot lane or you may look mid lane, because when the flashes are down for these champions, it's easier to get things going since they are very mobile champions. They thrive on the range, but with no range advantage and no flash, it's really easy to collapse on them.
Is a hard place to be inside of. The immobility is a bit of a hard thing, and that's one of the things I always criticize about Hui. Hui actually can like just freely push very easily. Which is why, like, if I'm playing mid lane and I see somebody on the mid lane actually plays Hui, I'm like, yeah, leave it up for him. I'm completely fine with it. Just jungler, come in one time. Just one time, because he's going to shove. The waves are always going to be pushed in. If he doesn't have vision built around that, Hui is a very, very easy target.
Yeah, 100%. Oh.
Sweet Peach is also an easy target right now. The Encore comes in. Cuz locked him away. Beautiful Lutz play coming in from Cuz. The net doesn't connect, but that means Seraphine will stay fine and will be able to sustain up. They're going to go ahead and recall, which is a smart move, because look who is on the wraparound. It's Julian, the hero of the people, coming down into the bot side. Good call from Seraphine to dip out of dodge.
She was still healthy enough to try and go for fights, but against 3 members, probably not recommended at all. And another kill down there in the bot lane. And the important fact there is that they didn't use the combo from the Caitlyn to make the most out of it. They just simply had the advantage as a champion, and Seraphine teleported back into the lane. And she suffered death, pretty much.
It's that's a rough case to be inside of here, and you can already see that hurt is there. And this is one of those bot lanes, once it gets going, it becomes so hard. And yet again, Peach just got back into lane. It is so brutal out here, and there is a reason why this combo was known for dominance whenever it was picked. And Kai and Cuz, they're playing like last season, never left.
They are doing such a good job at just handling the sheer power from the Caitlyn Lux lane and just completely dominating the bot lane the bot lane overall, even forcing the Trundle to go down there and hover for them without really achieving much. The Trundle barely has gotten any sort of action in the map because he cannot do anything. Like, the bot lane is already dead by the time he arrives, and then since he's covering bot lane, the rest of the map is simply left untouched. The only good part is that Eliza up there in the top lane is doing a really good job, but even then, they are losing the CS battle. It's mainly just the training that it's working out for them.
This is just so good for Ohio. Right? They got a solo kill topside, and it kind of made you go, oh, wow, this is pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, Cornell, I see you. I can see you. But the rest of the map is falling apart at the current moment in time, right?
Yep.
Away has gotten dropped. The Peaches has actually been jumped onto multiple times now on this Senna. Cuz has been an absolute lethal member of the team here with this Lutz. This Caitlyn to back it up as well. There's not much that has been able to come out that has been able to look good for this squad, and is built into Ohio Northern, making all the right plays and building themselves almost a 3K advantage 10 minutes into the game.
That's a lot of value, and we haven't even talked about the amount of damage that they've done to the top bot lane turret as well. Luckily, the Garen has been able to answer back. Oh, it went.
Yeah, they're just going to continue going through here. The subjugate was grabbed by Kaido, so has that to be able to build some sustain, and that's another one of those ultimates I was talking about. Such a good ultimate of Silas to be able to take. You already got so much sustain, so much damage. How about you just add a little bit more into that?
If you can get even tankier and easier to survive as much as possible, does that kill? No, it shouldn't, right?
Subjugate, it might. It's going to be very, very close to be able to do it because he does have that first strike. But no, it did not finish off the kill. Was very, very close to possibly doing such. Final spark goes in. That is an unhealthy amount of damage that just got laid out. Peach, you're going to have to back up. You're going to have to go back. Zinzal is on the way. It is time for Julian, the hero of the people, to come about. It got an ace in the hole.
Oh, he just
charges in. The spear comes in. It's mightier than the giant gun. And you have the cupcake on the teleport. The Hui cannot even get into the fight at all. All conditions, all roads are leading in favor of Ohio Northern. The root connects. The pillar is there. The caliber net. They shoot off their shot from back in the base, but Cuz goes on to a killing spree. All the same, and Cuz on a sliver, a minuscule amount of HP, stays alive. All roads lead to an Ohio Northern victory, it seems.
Yeah, this is the feeling of disaster right here, where you can even kill Cos, because able to just flash away, and the knockup coming in perfectly by Julian to deny Cheese Ravioli. The opportunity to get a kill, and that's first turret blood down at 12 minutes, and I feel like they are going to move around the map to get more gold as Liza, I think, quick enough as the Garen.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. The scary thing is Kaido has your ult.
Yep.
There's something about Garen just being like, oh god, Silas is gonna beat me up, and then he's gonna yell Demacia as he beats you up. In lore, that just sounds terrifying. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Isn't that ironic in lore?
That's very ironic in comparison to all things.
Oh no.
But instead is going to be the giant sword of Demacia jumping down. A little Demacian Vice sword comes in from the skies. But Belwin will survive. They just gotta farm up, man. They just gotta play careful. It's just hard to do when you got the Silas being all aggressive, looking to run wild on you. The ace in the hole yet again. There's too much stuff to dodge on the screen. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and thankfully it wasn't Lethality Caitlyn, because that would have been an insta-kill. But it's still a really good kill. Oh, wait, Eliza.
Oh. Yeah, Eliza, this is what happens when aggression goes all out. Good thing that Cheese Ravioli was in the vicinity. Pillar was enough to dissuade.
Wait, bitch, what are you doing here?
I don't know if you want that. That's a bit of a mispositioning, a little bit of an error in your pathing, forcing the flash out on the error.
And in the meanwhile, another plate falling down in favor of this Caitlyn. They are just controlling everything around. And it's also going to be an Infernal Soul, Travi. That's not fair.
The Infernal Soul is man, I don't want to play against this team.
I don't think that's healthy.
That's not healthy. No, that's not healthy for a lot of things. Just like it's not healthy that much damage just came across. But guess what? That's your support Lutz. being able to do all
Yeah.
that damage.
But it could be worse. They could be even farther ahead than this. It could be 10k instead of 7k.
Yeah. This is I'm gonna be real. It just feels like Ohio Northern have a complete wrap on things in the way that they have the game. It's how did Cornell College come back from a situation like this? Because me as a viewer is just like, man, Cornell College, I don't know how you come back.
So thankfully for them, they do have a great scaling comp in the form of the Seraphine, Senna, and Wei. The problem is that the transition for that point was going to be the Garen and the Trundle being fine. And then the other three members not dying consistently. But at this point in the game where everyone kind of died and pretty much it's kind of impossible to actually turn around the early situation, they have to survive post 30 minutes. That's the way for them to keep themselves alive. Oh, Eliza.
Yeah, Eliza is gone.
Oh, okay, he's fine.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know. Was that a BM thing? Why was the exclamation chat mark message on? Why is that a copy pasta exploding at the current moment? We gotta talk about y'all's copy pastas now. I like the King Julian one. Why is that one going around?
Maybe it's because
I have questions sometimes, but this one that got me raising an eyebrow.
And there's a bit of a problem when the copy pasta game actually matters more than the actual game.
I mean, it's the problem is it's Ohio Northern have just such a firm grasp of everything. like I don't see a world in how you come back. Right, Hue is down horrendously.
Yeah, the world is 30 plus minutes pretty much. It's 40 minutes of nothing happening and Infernal Soul being delayed for as long as possible. Because with Infernal Soul, nobody survives Caitlyn. Like, that's the reality.
Yeah. I mean, even then, too, right? Like, the only... You have a Seraphine
Oh, wait.
who
Maybe
is...
here?
Oh. Might be a catch out. Yeah, Cuz is going to have to flash. Phelan?
Yeah,
He's going to go... Okay, you get a catch here. That's a shutdown as well. That was a 300 gold bounty that went over their way. So maybe that's what you need to do.
You want to know how you know when a team is completely behind the other one? When your mid laner has less items than your support. Than the enemy support, I mean. There is a completed what is it called? A completed, well, now the Wei has an item, but like there was a completed Ludens on one side, and then on the other there was just components. That's it.
Yeah. This is a hard game to come back from at this point.
Yeah.
And I've said that numerous times at this time as things go
But
on.
not impossible.
But it's not impossible. We've seen worse. And Ohio Northern have gained leads inside the series. Remember, game one did have themselves about a 4K lead. Of course, this lead's much more higher than that. But check this out. They're sending 3 members to deal with Cassante in the top side of the map. They're not able to get anything. Look at it. They're just constantly just coming in, hitting them with the stone tonfas, giving them a good thunking. And then Eliza now left as the sole contender to be able to fight against them with this Triforce.
Still doing quite a good amount of damage, but like the issue is that you're fighting Kisante, and it's not a champion that it's fun to fight against in reality.
Yeah, well, no, especially
wait,
when you
you
go
got
all
it.
out. But yeah, no, that's the thing though. You're talking about not having fun against Cassante. Garen's the originator of not having
Of
fun
not having
against. Yeah, see, there's a reason why Garen is the character that everybody just thinks about as being that brain dead. Like, all right, I'm just gonna run at you. I'm gonna hit you up. Look at this though, Cuz.
Oh wait,
Cuz trying to flank. Good capture onto it, and that's another kill that goes into Huey's pocket.
Yeah, they are actually kind of hinting some of their leads here.
Yeah.
No flash and cost. Julian may have to flash here, so he may even die.
No, Julian's dead. Julian's gone. Cheese Ravioli got that kill. I don't. We were talking
I told
about
you
the
there
game
was
being
hope.
Yeah. I didn't think hope came in this shape or form. I'm gonna be honest with you, because we were talking about Ohio Northern getting close to a 10K lead.
Yep.
It shrunk down to a 4K now.
2 random kills are not the best way to keep your lead as much as possible. And the dragon is also spawning. This is what we were talking about, by the way. Having the dragon be delayed as much as possible. Oh, Farewell is dead.
Yeah, Felwin's dead. Good teleport to come out from Kaido. There's a fight going inside of the pit. They're going to be able to secure it. Objective bounty
Oh, Liza's
secured
dead.
as
Oh,
well. Eliza is dead. What did it cost you to get this dragon? Well, for Cornell College, it cost them just about everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Felwin was doing on the side, really, when the rest of the team was doing the dragon. I don't think you ever win a 1v1 against a Silas, no matter what. I don't think you ever win that 1v1. So, really weird decision, and then the rest of the team just collapsing accordingly. Like, there's still a 4-0-0 for Caitlyn on the Rift, even if you kill the enemy jungler. They collect the dragon, and this is still hope, but like they are back to a 7k gold deficit.
To be fair, right? Like, I do think, you know, the Silas wasn't originally there, teleported in. The way it was probably like, yo, I can just hit him from the other side of the wall. I'll be completely safe here. And unfortunately, Silas has other things in mind. So, you know, I get you, Felwin. But right now, Cornell College, they kind of have to buckle up and get themselves into a situation where maybe they can catch out this Caitlyn, right? The Caitlyn is immobile. You could find a well-placed pillar. If you're able to catch out the Caitlyn on one of these fights, it'll be great. But right now, the two brothers in Kaido and Kai are having a fantastic game for themselves. Neither one of them have died just yet, while the rest of their team has found moments where they've gotten a little bit more on the sloppy side.
Wanna bet on who dies first or neither dies? Oh wait, Eliza?
Yeah, Eliza takes a good amount of damage as a result. Peach, though, on the other side, that's damage you will not resuscitate. And that is 2 quick kills, followed up by failing getting soloed out in the top side. 3 kills, just like that, in front of Baron Pit. You know what time it is, TDS.
Yep. This should be Baron time. Meanwhile, Kisant is by himself down there in the bot lane. And once again, another huge advantage coming in favor of the side of Ohio Northern. Not a lot of hope left for Cornell College. Like they need more time to be able to come back into this game, man. I'm not sure if they are going to get that time.
Time is not on their side. Especially because Ohio Northern is putting more pressure onto it. They're the ones in control of this game yet again. They got a little silly, a little loosey-goosey, as you will say. But they're back on the same page. Kai and Kaido were yelling at the team, please stop inting. And now, here we are. 22 minutes. Baron buff secured. Ohio Northern back in control. And this time, it is a 10k lead. Let's see if Ohio Northern can close it out or if they will throw some of that gold back into the way of Cornell College.
Well, with a 3-item Caitlyn, I think this is the point of the game where you can be aggressive, just pushing in the mid lane, and it should work out fine. But like I can see them maybe being a bit more careful about how they approach their lead, especially with how they were close to throwing it with some of their decision making before. I think this time around they are going to be a bit more proactive with how they approach it.
FHB taken off of the trundle as well. Looks like things froze out for a moment, so we're just going to take a quick moment while everything happens. I think there was a pause that may have happened there, so we're going to take a quick moment to see what's going on. Technical difficulties, play the music if you will. But it is, yet again, I feel like we're going to go back. It is the closing moments of Ohio Northern's win at this current moment in time. I feel like it has to be a mistake on their end to go.
I don't even think a mistake is enough. Like there needs to be a series of mistakes to make it come back. And that's not saying that there's no opportunity, but if there was a win percentage in the game, it would be close to 99, I would say, for the side of Ohio Northern, because there's very little mistakes that can happen that can turn the tide of the game so heavily. And the time, once again, time needed for the side of Cornell to turn around the game is so much.
I like a lot of things I see from Cornell. I truly do. I liked what I saw from them last week. This game here, I get the idea, the concept that they were going for. Cornell is like one of those teams where they have like these really cool concepts that I want to cheer for. I like what the concept of a lot of their compositions are. I do think that in execution is where they lose it sometimes. And we're kind of seeing that in game 2 and game 3. I feel like game one, we got to see what exactly Cornell College on their best days, when they have the concept and they're able to realize it works out. But in game two and now game three, we've seen where they have a concept. It's a cool idea, but the execution doesn't connect between the different pieces that they want to do, right? Like they have this idea. They've got like the silly wombo combo that might work out. But all it takes is for one part to get damaged, and then all of a sudden we start seeing things collapse, right? One member, like in this game, it was the Senna getting punished by the Caitlyn Lutz. You see that piece start to get crumbled down, and then you start seeing the Trundle being forced into weird pathing and all this other stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of their like falling down or failings in some of the situations, it's not necessarily the fact that they go for team fighting comps, right? Like there's good ways to play the team fighting compositions, and it's a nice mindset to get your team first of all into the team fighting compositions, and then you can develop a bit more of a different style or nurture even more styles into your own original style. But the problem lies when you go for certain things and you kind of stick too heavily into that one idea, right? And even though the team fighting composition is a nice attempt, you can see how in their drafts they kind of stick too heavily to one mindset and they don't adapt accordingly to what the draft gets. We saw that in the previous game where they had the Nocturne, or they had the Nico, Nocturne was banned, and they stuck to the idea of being hyper aggressive. They went for the Rel Draven. And Draven is fine, Rel is fine in a vacuum, but when your plan relies on them being ahead and you don't play according to that, that's where the issue comes out. And I think if you play the Rel first and then you decide to already carry later, that can work out really well. Or in this one, where your plan relies on your bot lane not dying consistently, so that then your Trundle, your Wei, and your Garen can run amok in the rest of the game. But they focus too heavily on that initial idea that they don't adapt accordingly to what's happening on the other side.
Yeah, and I think if you do look at that, like, right, that's something that you can look at. I think if you look at game one, the Rel was great. I loved everything about the fact that they had like this two-part engage that they had. And I think that they did a great job in terms of doing like these team fighting comps. I think they looked their best when Peaches was initiating for the team too, right? Like
I agree.
Peaches was the main initiation, and then you also had on the other side, you also had this Nico who was kind of the follow-up engage. So I really enjoyed that. I thought that was very, very good. I love what I get from Cornell College from game number one. Unfortunately, that does mean that we're kind of chilling, we're vibing.
Yeah, funnily enough, Cornell still hasn't lost. It's just that it feels like they are really close to.
Yeah, it's definitely it's one of those moments where it's just like they're the inevitable is here.
Yeah, you're just waiting for them to go into their graves, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what they could do. I would be shocked if we came back and they were like all of a sudden smack them up. Who knows? Maybe Kai's computer DC'd and we're stuck here waiting while Kai is fixing their computer and the Brothers of Destructions are sidelined, and all of a sudden the two people who are unkillable on the team are gone and they have to play out the rest of the match.
Yeah, maybe they have to surrender because no players are able to reconnect into the game. Could be like that's another angle, but like realistically it shouldn't be.
Moment. I would be like, yo, I want to win the 3v5 if I'm them. I wouldn't forfeit. But
well, they have the choice. They have the choice, and if it works out, great. But it just feels like you were mentioning the inevitable is soon to happen, and we're just getting ready to see Cornell losing, sadly.
Yeah, no, it's very much so. Like we're all very prepared. People have gotten themselves ready. I think a lot of people are like, Cornell, you did a great job game one. Great stuff. Brush it off. I believe, let me go ahead and pull it up and see what we got actually for them. Because I believe, like I said, they're double headers too.
Yeah.
They play against, Cornell plays against Grandview, who we get to see in our Nets matchup. They play against them tomorrow. That's a first matchup. So I'll get to see them again tomorrow. I'm very excited for that. Looking forward to seeing what kind of stuff they get. Like I said, I'm a big fan of their concepts and what they go for there. Cornell is on one end, and then over on the opposing end of the spectrum, Ohio Northern, they don't play again until Monday, and they play against Cleveland State University. So both these teams, like I was talking about, it's a doubleheader weekend for them. And I mean, Ohio Northern, my one thing that I'll have as a complaint for them that they're going to have to figure out is what the hell is going on with your game ones?
Yeah, we ideally would like it. So if your game ones are as consistent as as the rest of your games, could probably be a good turnaround in some situations.
I mean, when you get into the best ops, right? Losing game one is a big deal. If you're a team that has to rev up every single time, starting at a detriment where the other team only has to win one game every time is a big problem. They went 2-0 last week, of course, but if you go back and watch the VOD, look at their game number. I believe it was against
number one.
They went against Briarcliff, who is a team that is looking, very they're looking good despite their record, in the fact that they're 0-2 at the current moment in time. But they're a team that actually has had some very unique drafts, some cool situations that they've brought up. They didn't look good inside of game number one, and ended up even swapping around the roster a little bit to make sure that they were good to go. So I don't know. I feel like Ohio Northern, game number one seems like it's a bit of a curse for them, and they need to figure out a way to wake up. If somebody has to deliver them energy drinks or something like that before the games, maybe that's what they need to do. But Ohio Northern's game one, it is a concern that I feel like if I'm going to make one out of a team that has a winning record, that it's going to be mine for Ohio Northern.
I feel like that's a fair attempt against them, or onto them, to keep in mind the first game, because even if it's still a series and you play B-offs, so you still have a bit of leeway losing the first game, it's not always going to work out if you give up the first game almost every time, right? Giving up the first game almost always puts you into the back against the wall. So it's really difficult to make that work out. As we come back, there was fighting. We saw them almost killing Cheese Ravioli, but 2 other members died, and aggression. That's aggressive.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ghost has been popped. When you're by yourself under the tower at the current moment in time, it's Kai who finishes things off. Kill has been secured as the red buff was burning away the HP. They tried to do the cool guys don't look at explosions arc, but there's a teleport into the bottom inhibitor is next up on the dinner table. Kaido at full HP. They did get a reset by Kai, so Ohio Northern, you're gonna play things slow.
Wait,
Cuz is caught out of position. Cuz you're gone. This is what you get. Honestly, deserved. Cuz why did you bat there in front of everybody?
Wait,
they're still dead.
No,
there's no way they live. Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. Don't back in front of people like that. Come on now.
They were disrespecting everyone inside of their own base, and at the end, they do pay the price for it. As the dragon did spawn, there is a 4v5 potentially, but this is just soul point for the side of Ohio Northern. Oh, Kato.
I'm not worried about Kato. Kato has the Garen ult. I'm worried about whoever they decide to focus down, right?
The dragon.
You can't Garen ult the dragon. I'm sorry that I have to.
But you can focus him.
You can focus him, but you can't Garen ult. I'm just saying. That would be hilarious.
I honestly think that would be an interesting change for Garen, just being able to execute objectives like Cho'Gath with the ultimate.
We do not need more of those.
We don't have enough of those, I feel like.
You need the TDS, you need to be stopped.
No, but the mini games.
No.
It's like a game inside of the game inside of another game.
Listen, I like the fact that there are a couple characters that have it. I don't need more. That's where I'm at. Kaido is chasing down Garen as well. Trundle's here. Cheese Ravioli on the way. Julian over onto the side, though. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Flashing away, making sure they're in the range for Julian to be able to jump onto a target. They will burn down the HP, and Cambodia goes down. Now Cheese Ravioli, they're trying to subjugate. They're trying to run away. Ooh. They get out of their frozen domain. They're trying to continue to chase. The chains will hit onto a minion. Kai laying in some swift shots, but a minion there jumping in front of the shot. Kai going down very low, critical HP. The Encore comes in, ace in the hole, finds its mark. Kaido is now joined into the fray in front of the base, and they're just going to fight inside of the towers. This is going to be Ohio Northern. All 5 members stand proud in front of the nets as they will pick up the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, messy game 1 into 2 dominating games. Really effective manner by Ohio Northern. They need to correct their first game jitters or thingies, but if they can pull off the series, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And now, standing proud at 2-0, maybe they can even go the whole way this week with a 3-0 tomorrow, and these are really good confidence boosters for them.
Yeah, they play again on Monday against Cleveland State, and that makes it to where it's a very it makes a couple eyebrows raise up, right? Because it's like, all right, you're going against a team. Cleveland State also is in search of their first win. So Ohio Northern, like you said, possibly can go 3-0 to start things off. Cornell, they've got a day to prepare. GVU, who I like the look from Cornell. This is a team that I'm actually very invested in seeing how their growth comes about. Remember, inside the MEC last year, we actually had Illinois State, who no longer are part of the conference, right? But they made a miracle run in the playoffs, going from the last place team to going all the way to the very end into the Final Four of all of the teams that we had here. What a beautiful story. It is about how you pick yourselves up, right? You're setting every game here is to set yourself up for the playoffs to find out what kind of run you're going to be making and how difficult it may be. So, you know what? I like the look. I like what we're seeing. Let's see what we got going on here and get everything rocking and rolling. Before we do, we're going to have an interview. I'm going to go ahead and real quick, before we send off to that interview, give a quick shout out to our boys over at MEC and for Unified for just being able to give all the great stuff that goes on there. So we'll be able to get into all of that and get all this stuff set up. When we come back, we'll be going into our interview with, trying to see who exactly we may have. We have, chat. We have Julian on the interview. So we're going to be right back.
Past us.
We're going back. We're going to get the People's Champ, and we're going to go ahead and get ready for that interview. See you then. And I told y'all we would be right back here. We have got, me, TDS, and then we got Julian, the King. In parentheses, the People's Champ. Julian, how does it feel to have that moniker for yourself now?
It feels great. I just appreciate everyone in the chat, all my boys in the chat. I see all the messages. I appreciate you guys.
Hey, that's what we love to hear. Now, let's go ahead and go into it. Let's talk about the series going into Cornell College. Were you guys expecting some of the fight you guys had at them? Game one, especially, it was very, very close between the two of y'all. A back and forth affair.
Yeah, no, we were expecting to just 2-0 them. That first game, I don't know what happened. That first game. I think we were a little asleep. I think I heard about you guys talking about it a bit, but first games, we struggle a bit for sure. But yeah, I have no idea what happened that first game. I think we all just woke up in game 2 and 3, and it was really clean. Like 2 and 3 was not a problem for us at all.
Need to get y'all some like bang energies or something like that.
Something like that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, probably works out a bit better. Kind of unlucky that the only game you played as an actual king in game, you lose. But
yeah, a little unlucky.
That's correct.
We got a win on the Jarvan the first week, so it's all good.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, like, is that your more preferred style going into junglers, like those ones that just immediately begin running around the game and ganking as much as possible? Or is it just like what the team desires from you?
I'll just play what's best for the team. It's interesting. I really do like having a lot of pressure in the early game. I came from a school where I had to play a lot more carry champs like Hecarim, Kindred, Graves, stuff like that. And so it's been a bit of an adjustment going from like that play style into not having to worry so much about that and more so play for the team, take a more supportive role.
switch from the carry to the enabler. I get you. I have been in those shoes before.
Absolutely.
My next thing then, you talked about wanting to be the enabler. You talked about some of the carries. If there was like one character that you could play that you don't traditionally get to play inside the jungle,
Yeah.
who would it be? Like any role, any champion.
Tristana.
Tristana jungle.
Really?
Triss mid is one of my like favorite champs to play when I'm just trying to for fun. Love that champ.
Respectable.
I love that. That's a unique one, actually.
Riot bring Tristana jungle.
Yeah.
It would actually work so well. Like a big hop with the slow on the W. Like, trust. Just give me some jungle camp ratios on her abilities. Like, take Brand out. We don't need Brand. We don't need Maokai. Just give us Tristana. Give us the fun champs. Ezreal jungle too. Bring that back. Give us the fun champs.
The Ezreal pivot, Ezreal flex between jungle and AD carry would be terrifying.
I remember those times. You know what? I'm not even against it. I like the idea of AD carries having some sort of value in the jungle. And speaking of AD carries, just quickly talking about your AD carry, because the second and third game felt like you were kind of leashed into going into bot lane consistently. And I'm kind of curious, how's the dynamic with Kai in that sense? Like, does he tell you just come down here and feed me, or what?
It depends. Sometimes he tells me to come and like dive or something like that, and then sometimes it's just like give me solo plates, give me solo XP. So it just depends. But I mean, he definitely will request the resources when he wants it and needs it, and I'm happy to be there. Yeah.
My last question I have for you then, Julian. You have so much support inside of the Twitch chat. Do you have any advice for somebody who is looking to be like Julian, the king inside of the MEC, apparently?
Don't be. Don't be, yeah. Can spend your time doing something better than playing League of Legends, Work on school, get a job.
Julian's like, you don't want to be like me. I play too many hours of League. I can't back out now.
I mean, really, like, just be a psychopath, psycho Q. If you really want to, just psycho Q League of Legends all day. Tilt super easily, and like, yeah, that's all I can say.
Yeah, that sounds like a jungle experience, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a psychopath in this role. Like this role in Draven players, I think, like you just have to be a psycho player to make it psychopath to make it work.
Respectable.
I feel like anytime you automatically start off with Psycho Q, you're in that state already.
Absolutely. Go down 500 LP in one night. That's what you got to do.
Oh no. I'm the type of person I start losing LP and I'm like, all right, I'm cutting off. I'm cutting myself off.
No. Just keep losing it. Let it go down. See how far you can take it.
Yeah, like that's the good part. The longer the streak is when you're losing, the better it's gonna feel when you finally win. I get that mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to the point where like losing is expected, and then like it's just a relief. You're not even happy when you win. It's just a relief. It's like, wow, I actually won. That's crazy. It's like just a relief. Like you're not even happy.
You're just like, I guess I'm not a loser.
Yep, exactly.
There's not even a dopamine rush. It's just like,
no. It's just
finally.
Yeah.
All right, Julian. Well, it's been a pleasure. I gotta ask you, do you have anything to say for your adoring public out there that has been supporting you throughout this series? You've had a lot of people in
Absolutely.
chat on you.
Yeah, appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for coming by. Love all of you. Shout out my family. Shout out all my friends that were here today. Shout out the team for not turbo tilting game one, or maybe tilting a bit, but like not tilting too bad. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
All right, well, thank you so much, Julian. It's been a pleasure. We're gonna let you go back. Please enjoy your victory tonight. Do not psycho Q.
Oh, I won't.
Right after
I'm
this.
done League for the night. All right. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Yep, have a great night, guys. See ya.
So yeah.
I love that.
That was perfect.
theory,
Yep.
I didn't think about that being like a terminology, but I do understand that pain. Like I said, I avoid that. I do not recommend going 500 LP down in a single night. I see myself go down like 90, and I'm like, it's not my night.
Yeah, I don't think I could be able. Well, I'm a big sports fan, so like I'm accustomed to disappointment to sometimes. So like it doesn't hit me that hard, but I still try to avoid those sort of like rushes in terms of LP losing.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go ahead and send it on over to a break. TDS, I do think that this is where I have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for coming in, TDS.
Really fun.
TDS, before we go, to send everything out, we're going to take ourselves a short break. As we are sending over to the break, you know what? For our transition, TDS, one last time, 5-second pose.
We're here at the MEC Fall Championship. It is Kendo Slice alongside Milk, who's Briar Cliff University. You are a Valorant player, if I remember correctly. The question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
Esports, to me, is just short of for electronic sports.
I do appreciate that.
I don't think they're any different than normal sports. I think that if you got a team and you got an environment that supports your team work and team growth, then it's a sport. And that's what esports is. It's just a sport. I think that just classifying it differently is just to help people categorize what they're doing. It doesn't really mean anything else.
You heard it here first. Esports is sport. And
yes.
I do agree with that. Thank you for elaborating on that. It could have been very easy to say electronic sports and just leave it at that. But no, the elaboration killed it. I appreciate that. Something that you've learned over the last 3 months, so this semester, potentially from your experience with Briarcliff University Esports.
Something that I learned is that hard work pays off.
Yes.
So in the beginning of the semester, we had that first LAN. I don't know if it was like a month or two ago, but it was some time ago. And we got handed L's. But then on the most recent matches, we've seemed to be able to turn it around, and we haven't really dropped a map this series yet.
That's crazy.
And so we've been playing a lot better as we improve. And I think that's in part to the fact that every single day, except I think Wednesdays, we're in the arena for a couple hours a day, you know, studying and learning how to play better and be better. And
That's
now
excellent.
we are better.
Yeah, that is excellent. A lot of work being put in there. As far as the LAN environment goes, you got an opportunity to play on LAN for a couple times now. How do you feel about LAN environments? Are you enjoying your time here?
So for me, I feel like it's pretty stereotypical that like esports kind of people are more like shy and reserved. And so whenever I'm at events like this where, you know, they're in person, I feel like you actually get to know the person a lot differently than you do just like talking to them over the voice. And so like I've met a bunch of the other teams here, and I would say we're all in friendly terms, you know, and it's cool to see your friends again.
Yes, I do agree with that. It definitely adds a whole new layer and brings people out of their shell at times as well.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Getting to see opponents. Very good. Favorite esports moment of the Fall 23 semester? Did you have a clip that you can't deny?
I do have a clip, but I don't know if it's on specifically this tournament.
Yeah.
But I hit a 5K spray transfer
Wow.
on Split, and it was insane. And like I had all my teammates popping off, and like that's probably like the #1 moment. Because for me, I always choke aces. I always get 4 out of 5, and so like that was I never get aces.
That is amazing. Love it when it goes to fruition. And now the final question. We're looking forward into esports future towards next semester. Is there anything that you're looking forward to? What's on the docket for Milk?
I'm looking forward to. I don't really know. There's like a lot for me to look forward to as a player. Like first of all, I have my own self-improvement to look forward to.
Yes.
Because by the time that comes around, I should be a much better player than I already am. On top of that, my team is going to be improving. And so I really want to see like where our comm structure and such is going to be in the next few months. Because coming up, we also have the NCC League, I think.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, no offense to MEC, going to be a lot tougher opponents because you have to like actually place to make it to lands.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to being able to perform there and show my stuff, if it makes sense.
Absolutely, and I imagine a lot of us who are watching on a regular basis will be looking forward to seeing you show off your stuff. Again, Milk, Briarcliff University. Really appreciate the time and the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone back to the MEC. We're ready to get into our second series of the game. My name's Travis C. I am joined with Mechatronics, the leading person when it comes down to anything mechanical in League of Legends. A mechanical genius, I've been told. Also holds seminars on mechanomics. How are you doing, Logan?
I'm trying to figure out what a mechanomic is, but I'm in for it. I'm okay to be the world's leader in mechanomics. Because obviously if I don't know what it is and no one else knows what it is, I can just make it up along the way and we'll all be fine.
Yeah. Be your new catchphrase, you know? You could just open up a video and just be like, hey, yo, what's up?
I'm going to be the guy looking at your gold efficiency on your items. I'm going to be counting those Oblivion Orb health, the grievous wounds damage. I'm making sure you're efficient. That's mechanomics.
Basic mechanomics.
Mechanomics.
Let's into it. And we're getting ready into our second series where you'll be able to showcase some of those mechanomics here, as we're going to be seeing Drury and GVU. Two teams undefeated. Both teams have not lost a game so far inside of the MEC from week number 1. And they are going to be showcasing what they got in the tank against each other in this series.
Yeah, I do want to put a little asterisk on that, right? We're 1 week into game, and Grandview University only got
undefeated.
1 game last week.
But they're still undefeated.
They're still undefeated, but 1-0 is a very different undefeated than 2-0. I mean, it's only 1 game difference, but we've seen 2 outings from Drury already, and they've been winning, right? They won 2-0. They've been winning, right? As opposed to Grandview, who haven't not been winning, but they just have a little bit. The sample size is a little smaller.
Yes.
I just want to temper expectations a little.
And you can see in the standings how they talk about it here. And I want to bring it up as well. Like, who was the opponents? Grandview has their 1 win over Cleveland State University, one of the new teams that have came in inside of the scene here, who unfortunately haven't had a good show of things yet. So they're sitting at 0-3 at the current moment in time with some fun ideas inside their draft, some cool gameplay to be able to come out from them. But on the other side, who did Drury beat? Drury beat Cornell College, team that we just saw here on the stream just a moment ago, giving Ohio Northern a very good series to go back and forth in. And then their other win was actually against Cleveland State University as well, but the Cleveland State University game was a 2-1 win. So this does draw into the question for GVU as the reigning defending champions of the MEC, 2 splits running. Are they still just as good as they can be? And is Drury got to be a little bit worried since they went against the same opponent, and the story tells itself at that point.
So are you telling me that both these teams are just worse than Ohio Northern University because Ohio Northern beat 1 team better than these 2 teams did? That's all I'm getting from here, is that we're beating bottom feeders today. We're beating teams at the
I mean, Ohio Northern, they
beat Briarcliff. So we're looking at 2 teams today who are undefeated against teams who are only defeated.
Well, they're not playing against Briarcliff.
They're not. Yeah,
Briarcliff's not playing.
I know. So today we see the 2 undefeated teams that are undefeated against defeated teams play each other to see who becomes defeated.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am not as well versed in mechanomics as you.
One of these teams.
I'm not as well versed in mechanomics, Logan. My brain has a gerbil inside of it. Okay, a space hamster, if you will. Okay.
In roughly 2 to 3 hours, one of these teams will have a loss. That's what I'm getting at. One of these teams will have a notch in the loss column. In that second column, they will not be undefeated.
Bro, you can't see it right now, but there's like, I'm having that moment where there's like steam coming out of my ears. I'm like gone from Hunter x Hunter, bro, right now. I'm sitting here, my hand is on my face, there's steam coming out, the gears are trying to turn, but they're creaking around. For me, I'm just gonna keep it simple. It's time for some good old League of Legends. That's what I want to see, and I'm excited to see what Drury has to do to be able to get that, because hey, a big dub against GVU, will be massive here. You're taking down the defending champion. You're going from a team that was at the bottom of the season in MEC last split and rising to the top with this hashtag all we do is win, backing you up, while GVU, they got all the pressure of King sitting upon the throne.
Yeah, I mean they're going to be the ones that need to defend here, right? They had their one win. They won against Cleveland State. Now we need to see, can you do it again? Can we push it again? The same, and for what it's worth, the same thing goes against Drury. Drury had a really good week last week. They were able to 2-0 Cornell. They were able to beat Cleveland State University 2-1, right? They had a really good week. Can they continue that momentum, or is that just a, hey, you had a good week and we'll move on from that now? That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, and one of the players from GVU, I didn't get to cast him last week, but of course I went back through and I watched all the matches that I didn't get to go through. One of the players I'm very impressed with still to this day, and it's the person that I was shouting at people about last year, so nobody's surprised. I'm still going to be a stan this year. Yo, it's Castle. Castle's so clean. Still good at League of Legends. Who knew? Castle's really good, and I feel like Drury has their work cut out for themselves to deal with Castle's aggressive nature that they can do, because they can be aggressive and they can also enable their teammates to also just take the win.
I'm also really excited about Castle because I've been doing some research. I've been looking at the statistics and such. Castle has been so good on what are considered the OP champs right now in this patch. Your Lee Sins, your Xin Zhaos, your Nocturnes, right? Like Brand even, which is still good even though it got nerfed a little bit, and it's gonna get nerfed again. But it's good on all of them, right? And that's what's kind of forced me into this, is that you can use the Xin Zhao, you can use the Nocturne, you can use the Lee Sin as kind of carry champions, or you can use them to help out the rest of your team and get your lanes ahead. So I'm really excited to see how Castle is able to use his ability to just get ahead in jungle to force the rest of his lanes to kind of just to elevate them.
It is a question that we will have an answer for right now. We're getting into the draft phase. We'll see what the bans are going to be from both sides. One of the things that I also like talking about Castle is I wonder if it will be Orion trying to break out that Hwei again. Been the most successful player at the champion inside the MEC.
What I'm looking out for here is I'm looking out for a Karma. Both of the supports play the Karmas, and it wouldn't surprise me if the solo laners played Karma. It's a really, really meta champ. It's a really banned pick. So is Karma.
Done.
So okay, so all of our prep is gone. It's for nothing now.
I mean, I got other things, because I am very excited for also the bot lane matchup. You talked about the supports with the Karma. Nightstar and Yuno is something good. Yuno's had some good performances, but Nightstar has been kind of like the best AD carry inside of the league from the previous year, and now and going into this one. It's the AD carry I think most people have their eyes onto, and there's a lot of talented ADs inside the MEC in general, so I personally am very excited to see this matchup between these two as well.
What I'm really excited about, the thing that I think he brings to the table that's really cool is the mage bot lane. He's been cooking in solo queue a little. You got Syndra played bot lane. He's got a Ziggs played bot lane, right? Those AP sources of damage that let Orion and Quick Slice play these more AD centric champions, right? Normally you're forced in the mid lane to play something a little bit more AP to make sure your damage profile is good across the board, but you have those mages in bot lane. They allow you to play more roaming supports too. I see the Bard got banned out, but it allows you to play a support that doesn't have to stay there, right? You play Ziggs, you're really self-sufficient, you stay back, you farm from 10,000 meters away, and it doesn't matter, right? You'll be good late game. So it's the Ezreal ideal with AP. So I would like to see the possibility of using Ziggs or Syndra as maybe a flex pick to see if we can put it down towards the bot lane.
I would love it. But it's the Maokai first pick coming in from GVU.
That's the quickest pick.
It's a very quick Maokai. Look, there's two types of people in the world. There's the people that are begging, please do not let me have Maokai, and the people that are dead set on I'm throwing saplings at you.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Maokai, absolutely a flex pick to start. It's a really, really strong pick on this patch because of this. We'll talk about Ziggs in a second. We'll talk about the other side in a second. I really like Maokai here. It's a support pick. It could be a jungle pick. It works well in both, and you can kind of let it and leave it towards the end to decide, hey, do we need the engage in the bot lane, or do we want to use the facilitating power of the ultimate to be able to get flanks and ganks in? Over on the other side, I like the Jhin. Lethality's absolutely broken right now. It's so good. Serrated Dirk first back is one of the best backs you can get. I'm happy with Jhin, and I'm happy they paired it with a high damage mid laner in Orianna, because sometimes Jhin just doesn't hit as hard as it needs to be.
It's wild that we get a Orianna that makes it through on the red side a lot of times whenever I see it, because I'm just like, man, Orianna's just so good at this current moment in time. But it does open yourself up for some other options, and they grab themselves the Senna, and they grab themselves the Corki as well.
So with that Senna coming in, it leads me to believe this is probably a jungle Maokai. I think the flex pick's kind of gone there. The second, I don't think Maokai is a great fasting Senna partner, right? You generally want Tahm Kench or Seraphine. Those are your two big ones. And the Seraphine gets picked away for the Drury side. But because that, I think that we're still waiting on Tahm Kench. I'd be really surprised to see that Drury doesn't ban out a Tahm Kench and kind of force GVU into a weird corner of what do you do with the Senna now.
Very interesting part for Drury too, right? Because they just announced what their bot lane is for sure. You still have a little bit of an air of mystery too for what you will pair together with the Senna. I think like there's a couple of different picks that you can go if you want to go fasting Senna, or you could just play standard AD carry Senna as well. I like the Swain actually personally. I think Swain doesn't get enough love.
I think there's a lot of really good champs there, and I'm really surprised that Drury didn't ban out the Tahm Kench.
No.
Tahm Kench means that you have two really high sources of tank, right? And if this
goodness, that's
a locked in Ornn. Okay.
Yo.
Interesting. Well, okay, hold. I'm gonna wait for a second here because I'm gonna get baited out by these picks.
All right. Well, yeah, we got meat up here in the top side of the map. If you do double marksman, I think double marksman is really good actually with the Senna as well.
Triple marksman with that's a cane.
Oh.
Okay, so that's support Maokai. It's Maokai being part of the fasting Senna. I don't think this is going to be a farming Senna. It's a cane in the jungle.
It's a fasting Maokai.
Fasting Maokai. Is that how we call this? I'm okay
fasting Senna with Maokai.
Fasting Senna with Maokai.
Maokai's the partner. Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I'm worried about their early lane. On the other side, that's a locked in Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much I like that.
I like it a lot. Gwen has been very good inside the MEC. It's been ferocious in a lot of different ways because here's the thing, right? Gwen's been out for a while.
Yeah.
Gwen has this issue where people forget that the character does things like goes into the mist and can't be hit outside of it. I saw last week on Monday, there was actually a game in which there was a 3-person dive into a Gwen. And thank you for taking the Maokai away from a possible Gwen matchup. Because Quick Slice is absolutely going to tear apart through a top side. And Gwen has been something that I feel like has been a point of contention. But yo, you've been talking about Castle playing the OPs. We got a Kayn Castle here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Kayn recently. It's one of those like pocket picks that sometimes is really good. Profane Hydra is in an incredible place right now. That means you can go lethality in on this Kayn. You go like Profane Hydra into Sterix into Death Stance, and you just kind of go tanky on Rost. And with what is this? I guess it's only two of the two melee champs. It still feels like he's gonna want to go Rost instead of Blue Kayn. He's gonna want to go Red Kayn. Just for the extra front line here, you want to let Corki and Senna. It's a really classic front to back comp you have here on Grandview. And Drury, they want to start poking really early. They want to be able to take a lot of health off first before you go into the fight, before you get that Wukong engage.
Bro, what's going on inside of this poll here I'm seeing right at the get-go? 72K for Grandview? Where's all we do is winners over here? You guys aren't putting your channel points down on Drury? What's going on? We're seeing this already. We're going into game number 1. GVU taking on Drury University. Let's see who's going to be able to throw down against one another and be able to swing first in this best of 3.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, so I want to talk really quickly about why I said that I wasn't convinced by this Gwen pick, right? I think that Gwen is a really, really good pick. I think in a vacuum, it's a great pick into this Ornn. My biggest problem with Gwen, though, is that there's a lot of AP on this team already. there's the middle source of AP from Orianna, and then there's some source of AP from Seraphine. I wouldn't be surprised to see if there is an AP item that comes through. I like Gwen in a composition when she's the solo AP, when you don't need to worry about people building MR. Right now, there's going to be a lot of MR built on the Grandview side, right? There's the Maokai build MR probably, and you're probably going to see Proctor in the top lane on that Ornn build MR. It's really Ornn really good at stacking those resistances. So I'm a little scared to see how the Gwen does with some more MR than she's probably used to.
Yeah, I'm here for it. As we are in that minute and a half mark, it's going to be that laning phase that comes about. Now, with Kane, you said you like to play it a little bit. As we do have a technical pause, I do believe that has happened. I want to kind of get your thoughts on what is the ideal thing for Kane, because you talked about the itemization. In this game here, is there a specific path that you want to do? Do you want to kind of just scrap with the Gwen and Wukong to get that roster really quick?
I think you want to try and stick top lane. You want to try and see, hey, can you kind of just give up lane to start, which, to be fair, the Gwen's going to push into the Ornn either way, right? The Gwen wins that lane outright with dash, with the ability to use the Hallowed Mist to just kind of not have to worry about
why did
Ornn abilities.
Why did Kane take Electrocute? Is that normal? That's not normal, right?
That's not normal, but that may mean that this Kane wants to go for assassin builds, right? You generally take that's normal for Shadow. So forget everything I said. He's still going to go Profane Hydra. It's still the best item on Kane to go first, regardless. But he's going to go a little bit more Assassinate. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe look at a Serpent's Fang second item. There's going to be a good amount of shielding from the Seraphine and the Orianna.
Nightstar, yo, got rocked there for a moment. Jhin Seraphine actually has a decent amount of damage paired together with a lot of CC. So, Nightstar got a quick reminder of that.
Yeah, it's a lot there. The things with Seraphine, I heard you say during the last game that you're a Seraphine main. I play a lot of Seraphine too. I get the ideas here. Seraphine uses a lot of mana really quickly if you're not keeping track of it. So those double casts from Seraphine, you got to be really careful about, because to get to them, you got to use the 3 abilities. Be a little careful. I'm worried a little bit about this lane in terms of mana, depending on how much Jin's going to spam and how much Seraphine's going to spam.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, if you're not monitoring it, yeah, I get it. I am also just kind of like looking at this mid lane matchup quite a bit, because there's just a lot of trading between these two. These are 2 characters that are going to trade. And I'm looking at it, and I immediately look over at Kaiser, and I'm like, all right, where's that Wukong? Like, I'm just waiting for it, because Wukong's so good at being able to gank these short lanes like mid lane, and also do these wraparound ganks just because of how the W works. So
that's a really
very
good
much
route.
so looking forward to it.
Really, really good route in bot lane by just continue to chunk. Oh, okay, Ornn damage coming in. You forget Ornn is kind of just like a heavy damage dealer because of brittle procs. It's always one of those like surprise things that's like, oh yes, this tank deals damage for some reason.
Your mage assassin tank.
Yeah, exactly. I like the adaptation though from Kaiser. Generally, you start on bot side as Wukong and work your way up towards top. I like the adaptation, knowing that Kane's going to be working his way towards top side. Kane's always going to start Raptors, right? So he started at least put the ward on Wukong's Raptors, and then moved his way up towards top side. So making sure that he's not colliding with the jungle and covering off the bot side, because seeing that electrocute early means, hey, we want to go into these ranged champions. Let's make sure we can try and cover the ranged champions a little bit.
Both junglers actually meeting up in the top side as well. Kane going to spot out Kaiser, but Big Slice. I'm entirely sure if they should go help or if they should go back to their lane, but Kane, of course, can get out of harm's way. Nice dodge out by Pluto. They do take a heaping amount of damage from it, as you know, throws up that dancing grenade as a result. And the trades just continue to come out, and we're talking about those mana bars. They're not looking good for GVU either in this bot side.
Yeah, they're not looking good for either side. This is going to be a moment of mutual back. And Fat Guy are going to try and shove this wave in, make sure that everything's good, that they can back and not have to deal with anything for a while. Nightstar and Pluto, they're going to farm this wave and do the same thing. It's going to be just everyone's going to determine without talking about it. We're just going to all back now, come back together.
Yeah. It's just going to go back to being a more static game yet again. Everybody's kind of kind of have their places on the map. Like you were talking about, mutual back happens in the bot lane. Wave will be met in the middle. And it's just not much else happening inside of it. Yeah, you jumped into Quick Slice. Guess what? They're going to thread the needle, and that's going to hurt as well. So immediately as a response, all that damage Ornn did got just flipped back onto its head. And Quick Slice said, you know what? I don't want to get hit with the brittle part. Call the Forge guy comes in, hits its mark. And nice dodge by Quick Slice. Absolutely finessing straight Proctor. But they go for the dive. First blood. Quick Slice. What a maniac.
That was some maniac moves right there. I want to note that Proctor had to use his flash in order to try and get the engage. Wasn't able to get it. As we see a little bit of fighting in the bot lane. Pluto's in a very odd place right now in the middle of the lane, just kind of sitting there eating up some damage.
Pluto taking a good amount of hurt. You know, coming forward, has that fourth shot locked and loaded. The root is there. They're getting up in the melee range, get it up and close and personal, and that works just into GVU's favor. You know, is slain, and Fat Cat to follow. GVU pick up 2 in the bot lane.
Ooh. That did not go as as they wanted right there. You know, a lot going on there. Pluto being able to use the Twisted Advance to just kind of jump onto Yuno meant that he didn't have to take that 4-shot the same way. Really nicely done by the Maokai.
It's the Shroud as well,
Hex Flash
right?
for luck right there.
Yeah, the Shroud as well, though. Like, even like that as like a mechanic, like a lot of people talk about, like the souls you're able to farm out. You can see how that can be very annoying in the matchup. Got a little bit of that greed equals speed going on for Yuno and Fat Cat in the bot side. But on the bright side of things for Drury, they do go ahead and grab up some grubs up into the top side of the map for themselves. And little advantages are starting to accrue. We see that Gwen has gotten a nice one for themselves over into the top side off the back of that first blood, while you're sincerely over here in the mid lane, Jinquall getting themselves a nice lead with this Cork.
It is all good all the way around right now. It's quiet. For now. Right now, this second, it's quiet.
Until the dragon screams
until the
out in
dragon
pain.
goes.
Yeah, and then it becomes less quiet. Quick Slice getting hit up with the pillar there. Quick Slice is immediately just going to do some thread work. Go ahead. The scissors, mightier than the hammer.
Yeah, the trades right now are really, really good for Gwen. So big things to note, right? Proctor has no summoners up, looking to just kind of grab grass procs in lane. That's his goal. Grab grass procs, scale the late game.
You want to get into the point where you're starting to drop off those ornaments, right? Like, make sure you're able to get that cash money, get that little bit of an extra influence into your team's game. And honestly, a lot of Grandview is that mid game, right? Once they start hitting those level 12, level 13, 2-3 item spikes, they're all around on this team, from transformations on the Kane to the quirky items. It's all over the place.
Yeah, the big thing I want to point out here is while Ornn can lose a lane pretty well, he can be pretty low cost. You can't lose a lane by this much. Right, you're down 30 CS against this Gwen. Gwen is trying to get Riftmaker really early or Leandry's really early. The Hunted Guy's built into both. Kind of game to match dependent on what you go for. You probably go for Riftmaker here. But Ornn still needs items. It looks like it's probably going to be a Kanik Rukern first. But there's a lot of way to get there first.
Yeah, it's yet again, to emphasize on your point, it can be very difficult to make it happen. Here we go. Orion and Kaiser coming down here into the bot side of the map. They're going to go ahead and go for the Cyclone, hidden onto Pluto. And now it's Nightstar stuck in a world of pain. And the bot lane is sure to follow. Oriana finds one, Jin finds the other. 2 kills to Drury off the roam into the bot lane.
Yeah, they made sure to give those to the carries. Kaiser and Fat Cat were both in like pretty decent positions to grab both those, but made sure to gift those over to make sure that everyone was getting a little bit more fed early and that this kill differential was a little better.
Oh, call the Forge God, the Brittle Park. Here you go. Strip Proctor. It's time to go ahead and be unleashed. The Mage Tank Assassin strikes again.
We haven't talked about this, but Strict Proctor's got 2 solo kills in top lane. Like, they have been unassisted.
Okay. The solo kill with the quotation of under their tower, okay?
Yeah, but you're playing Ornn, and no one else is there, so it's still technically a solo kill. Just like if Oriana got a kill right here, it'd still be if Corgi get here's kill here, it would still be a solo kill. He's there under the tower.
You know, It's hard to call it a solo kill when it's also a trade 1-for-1.
Okay, the first one was a trade. This one was a solo kill.
This one was a solo kill, though, and I have to give you credit for that. Getting the solo kill like that unassisted, I feel like that's a lot of Quick Slice underestimating Ornn damage. I do that all the time when I go into Ornn, just because of the fact that it's just like, man, this character is stupid. He's dummy thick for no reason. Like, why? And it's just what happens, so...
All right.
Everybody who plays top lane has to get soloed out by Ornn once in their life. And here you go. See Orion getting hit up, shots fired, but flash blown means that they stay alive.
I got 2 quick notes. One, I want to note that Orion, famously a constellation kind of thing, is using the Cosmic Oriana skin, which I think is fantastic thematically. Number 2, your little Ornn fact of the day. If you want to be able to time your Q and E correctly, so that's your smash into the ground and the little pillar comes up, and your E is the charge ahead. If you Q and instantly use the Bellows Breath, and then E right when the Bellows Breath is on, it is a perfect time combo.
I just use my gamer.
You can do that too.
That's what I do. I get my game on.
Get your game on.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Anyways, back into the game. 12 minutes in. Teleports are up for the Ornn, actually. So with Dragon coming up, I am curious, since Grandview already did grab the first one, if they do decide they want to go for a play for it, they could actually bring Strict Proctor in with that Call of the Forge God and whatnot, if they ever so choose.
Yeah, so right here you see the power of Ornn getting these kills early. The Canic Rukern is up, and that is broken right now. It gives you to start like a 400 health magic shield that scales off of your max health. Let me go on that again. Your max health, not your bonus health. So Ornn, famously a big health getter.
Oh, all the Forge God being used. Hold on. Good use from Kaiser, stopping the call of the Forge God from being called in Colette, but a repeat gank off screen finished off Orion inside the mid lane. The action doesn't start here. We started top, we went to mid, and now it's time to go bot lane. It's Curtain Call coming through as they're going to go ahead and try to make a twisted advance. You can see Castle coming in on the wraparound. Was on the Dragon beforehand. Nightstar staying alive thanks to Pluto standing in front of them. GVU is actually coming out on top on the exchanges throughout the map besides top lane.
This early, though, with the Maokai getting tabbies, it's really hard to kill the Maokai with that Curtain Call ahead of time. You need to be really ahead of it, or you got to get him out of that big area of effect that Curtain Call has if you're trying to kill the Senna.
There you go.
Ornn's back.
Ornn's no 2 kilotons of
2
TNT.
kilotons of TNT.
I mean, I can't doubt it because he's kind of the lore guy, the production guy. He's one of those lore nerds.
You know that it's the same as a semi truck hitting.
Same as a semi truck. Well,
I have no facts behind that. I'm just.
What about the force
deciding.
of the scissors being snapped right here? Because that seems like it's more effective than the semi truck at this moment in time. Quick Slice is looking for the solo kill. Just ran that boy down.
He couldn't move quick enough. He just couldn't move quick enough. And right now, this is where you see the Riftmaker coming in to help. It's a new Riftmaker this season. You be in 5 seconds of combat, and you get that lifesteal. It's actually Omnivamp. You get the Omnivamp from it. But when you're Gwen and you're just
up your glasses when you said that.
when you're Gwen, right, and you stay in combat for a while, when you're chasing Ornn down, you get that really quickly. So you can still dive a tower just like Quick Slice did right there, and live to tell the tale about it.
Here comes Castle, that assassin Kane here, and now it's time to go for a while. The Cyclone goes through, and Kaiser still has another charge of it. It's going to be able to get the knock up onto Yours Sincerely. Jin Qual taking a good amount of damage. The 1v2 scenario, I don't know if clustering up is the call, but it's just to make sure that the autos cannot connect the finish off Kaiser, and they walk away 2-0 in favor of Drury in the mid lane.
It was a little all over the place right there. I'm tentatively excited right now about how Drury is playing.
Yeah, I mean, this was my game of the week that I was very excited for. I believe it was also Shibby when I talked to him when we were doing like our the MEC pod. We were just like, yo, this is game of the week for us, right? Like, it's so exciting seeing how Drury has evolved from last split into this split, and then also getting to see kind of like the measuring stick competition here inside this game where GVU also looks good. There were questions about them. How good is GVU going into this season, right? And hey, yo, they're still looking pretty good after their first performance. And now we're having a pretty even matchup, all things considered. 16 minutes in, Grandview might be down about a K in gold, but yo, they got 2 dragons, so it just about equals right back up.
The thing you got to do though is you got to look at the scoreboard and go, they have a Senna. It's a really scary thing that there's just a Senna here who's doing pretty okay in the bot lane. That's not like a hit or anything. It's doing normal Senna stuff in the bot lane, and as Senna keeps going, Senna gets stronger and stronger and stronger.
Just like your word of caution that's followed up by, and she's doing okay.
A Senna that does okay is a scary thing. Castle going into the bot lane, twisted. Ooh, my lord!
A little bit more scary to me is what Castle just did underneath that tower, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. As you saw, Pluto was tanking away that tower, and check it out, Jinquo coming in, trying to be the cavalry. Curtain call comes in, and it might just be curtains for Jinquo. Goes on the killing spree.
Getting the Jhin fed early is a good thing. Already got the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. Helps out a lot with the movement. It means that you don't have to buy Swifties first thing. As Jhin, another serrated Dirk. There's a lot of lethality on this carry already. It's a huge help. And it looks like I believe they're going towards Collector. Huge help there too. Collector plus Youmuu's is so good right now. And you can see there's just a huge amount of difference in gold, in the mid lane, and in the top lane. But the thing is, it's kind of split, right? Gwen's got the advantage in the top lane. Corki's got it in the mid lane. We're in a very even state in this game. It's 1,000 gold across the board. So not a huge amount on anyone. It's barely an item. You can get 1 glowing moat. You can get 5 ability haste for the amount you've got on each player right now.
It's crazy because they also both got a tower, right? Like Corki knocked down the mid tower, Gwen knocked down the top tower, right? They've both been able to grab some bricks to build up their own foundation. But the scary thing for me is every single time I see Castle start going into that little spirit walk mode where he's like, I'm gonna creep through the walls. I'm inside your walls. Better watch out. Like every single time I see that, I look over and I'm like, all right, well, Seraphine might die, the Jhin might die, Orianna might die. At any given moment too, right? This character is ridiculously fast.
I'm very excited to see Castle somehow make it to the Jhin on Curtain Call and just ult right on top of him and just say, hey, you can leave Curtain Call. You're going to die, though. Saying you have this ult, you're gone. I want to point out that Profane Hydra. I talked about it before on the Kayn. It's the first thing to come through. It's got a really nice cleave effect on it. The active it helps with executions. It's a really good item. Over on the Wukong, the Sundered Sky. Basically, if you built Divine Sunderer last season, guess what? You build Sundered Sky now. Go from one Sunder item to another.
While this is all happening, there's a tower that's getting destroyed. They're going to get Dragon for themselves, it looks like. Grandview are very slow to start this one up. It's a big one for them to be able to get. And Kaiser is just staring down at them. There could be a potential for a steal.
Well, the funny thing is, it's a 45.
Oh, Pluto going with the twisted advance. There's a teleport coming in on the side. Guys are cycloning around, but is going to drop to Castle in the back end. The ultimate onto Yuno. Yuno is going to find himself getting bursted down as well. And the members of GVU, they are knocking down Drury one by one like dominoes, forcing the flash from Orion to find safety. A complete routing in favor of Grandview.
So here's the question. Was the Dragon and the 3 deaths worth the top lane tier 2 tower? That's your question at the end of the day. If Gwen was there to start that fight, you've got a strict 5-on-5, right? Gwen had a TP in. It was awkward. It was a little weird to try and get the Gwen involved in the rest of the fight now. Was it worth it? It probably is. This Gwen is a really big split push threat, right? Nashor's Tooth and the Riftmaker. You see him now in mid lane just trying to stave off this Corki and the Senna, but it's a really good side lane threat, especially when you get 3rd item. Probably want to go towards the it's either going to be a Rabadon Deathcap or it's going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass. But either way, You start split pushing, it's really hard for the enemies to try and kill you. TP into the fights.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I also look over. You were talking about all the items. Oh, holy moly, that's a double Negatron, right? Like, what? You can see Strip Rogers like,
no, it's super simple.
I hated this matchup. I hated it. There's an Oriana on the other team. There's a Seraphine.
Well,
this is the easiest buy of my life.
this is what I was saying earlier, is that I'm the Gwen in the end of the day I'm a little scared about, right? Because when you're playing Gwen or you're playing Oriana, you want to be the solo AP threat. You want to be the one who doesn't have to deal with all these resistances. But with two of them, there's on two carries.
Where's your HP go? Oh my goodness! Where did anybody else see it? It just dissipated.
It just didn't exist. That's a Baron. That could be a Baron really quickly.
That's a fine miss that we just got to see. They're going to go ahead and go onto it. Baron has been started by Grand View. They've got the tankiness. They've got the DPS. It could be a very scary situation. Drury not looking to let this go down just that easy. Call to Forge God's going to be able to go on in. It's going to connect onto Orion as they find themselves dropping Corky, advancing forward confidently with that Valkyrie as they lay in, free firing into the backline. Castle finishing off the kills. It's Quick Slice trying to chop away at the bits. They're just trying to guide them, take them on a grand tour, get away from Baron. They'll be successful at doing that, but they're not going to be successful at living, as it is Jin Qual going on a killing spree.
This team is so scary because the Corky and the Senna are these like super really late game scaling champions. The Kayn is just everywhere right now in the back lines. But the Corky and the Senna, you see the constant healing and damage from the Senna. You see the poke from Corky at a time, and then they just go in on you, right? It's terrifying.
Man, it's one of those things too. It's GVU kind of playing a fake out play there too, right? Like,
yeah, they just
like we're kind of doing it, you know. You want to check us, huh? You wanna? Hey, look! We just autoed it. Oh, what you gonna do about that? You know, it really feels like GVU was kind of teasing it a little bit.
I mean, that's a big thing. With Kaiser going down before that fight, and they go towards the Baron, Drury has to basically contest it. There's no option either way. That's a whiffed ultimate from Fat Cat there and the Seraphine that could have caught Nightstar out.
I like the idea. I like the gumption. Dragon spawns in a minute, right? You guys need to get in a position. Not having that
Orion
ultimate
could die.
is a
Orion
bad
is
way.
just dead.
Yeah, no, Orion's dead. No, bro, Orion threw the sombrero and was just like, yeah, I'm done. It's over.
Orion put a hat on and said, "This is my first rodeo." This is the first time I dealt with Kayn this match. I will not be doing that again. Thank you.
I mean, you say that, but then you look back in the mid lane and you're like, oh wait, nope, nope. That Kayn has been a problem that Orion has had to deal with, and that's the thing when you play Oriana. Yes, she's strong. Yes, she's in a good place. But when there is an assassin there, the biggest weakness that Oriana's had is these AD champions that are good at being able to dip in and dodge. Now it's the curtain call. One last huzzah to try and get this Baron. Try and go for a possible steal. But Quick Slice over here onto the side. Castle has left the pit. There is nobody smiting. It is stolen away. Wukong secured the Baron because Castle wanted kills, wanted the feast. And now Kaiser, Drury, you got to run away. 4 members, Dogpile, Castle, and you abandon your smiting duties. You get punished just like that.
I mean, it's a huge win for everyone involved on the Drury side, right? You get the steal, you get the bounty off of Kayn onto someone who can use the money, right? You're in a much better state than you were before. The death stance coming in for Wukong is huge. It means there's a lot more survivability. He doesn't go down like he did before, right? We watched Castle just nuke him in mid lane. The hope is that this helps out a little bit on that, but it's an instant dragon fight already, and there's 2 players from Grandview still down.
Oh, Encore hit onto the Ornn in that moment. Strip Proctor might actually go down. Lots of damage put onto him, and they get shot down. Easy pickings for Yuno.
It's the problem with Strict Proctor's build right there, right? He's got the Koenig Rukern, which is a huge magic resist item. He's got 2 Negatron cloaks, huge amount of magic resist. He's got no armor. He's got 1 chain vest. What are you supposed to do against a Jhin with full lethality?
Yeah, and look, they just were able to grab that kill. Here
There's
we go, the package being delivered. Oh, the
What
Fat
a
Cat
package!
Quickslice absolutely decimated. Orion missed the
survives!
shockwave as well. Castle has rejoined the fray all the way back from the base. It's a quadra kill. Will it be our first penta? It will be penta kill for Jinquall.
What a package right there, right? You just put it right in the area they're all at. They can't move away. You do a little... Oh, what a package. Making sure that Corky's able to get those first 3. And you know he's screaming for the penta at the end.
Jinquall coming in big in a game that was even, in a game where Baron was just throwing away, when Dragon Soul became a much more distant possibility for the team. You got Jinquall, who was there, ready, willing, and able to find those 5 kills for the team. Now Grandview find themselves recovered from what was a devastating hit. And now they're back in control. Look at this gold swing that's going on.
And you can see the 4 grubs that Kane grabbed earlier in the game starting to help out a lot now. You can see it helping with the Ornn taking the towers. The demolish proc plus the grubs is really huge. It's not the 5. You don't get the little void might with it, but it's still a lot of damage to the tower. And you can see the split push starting to work itself in with the Ornn. You can see the Corky starting to split push on his own. It starts a little bit now. Now is when you have that pressure and you can use it around the map. Kaiser goes in, trying to take out the Senna. A lot of damage down onto one. Ultimate goes through. Another Cyclone goes through. But there's friends. They've got friends now.
They're laying in the hurt. The friends are here, but they're a little bit late to the party. But Nightstar's able to stay alive just long enough. The Kaiser's still doing what they can. The shockwave goes in, buys a little bit more time. Castle trying to find a way to get some sort of a kill, some semblance. But Kaiser with the Seraphine, it's giving him so much that heals the shields. There's not enough to be able to peel off of this fight. And Strict Proctor goes down. It all started off with a catch on the Nightstar, but they were able to survive. And now Jinquall coming back in, looking at a somewhat similar situation, looking at 4 members bearing down their way into this mid tower. Going to have to fire off a couple more shots. They're going to have to hit some heavy blows as GVU, somehow Drury does not say die. They're going to go back in? Quick slice? Okay.
Oh my lord!
They're still hitting in. There's the big one popping in there. Huge damage. You got a 4-item Corky here, just laying in the hurt, getting a little confident, get a little zesty. Double kill comes about, but Jinquall will take one more with him, make it a triple. You ever tell him the odds? As Kaiser now is stuck between a Senna and a Maokai. Pluto going to go ahead and continue the charge for the team. Kaiser in fast pursuit. Wants the kills, dodges the shockwave, jumps in expertly to take out Orion. A sick assassination to come in, and Kaiser, Cyclone, spin around, do what you will. You can let it rip, but you're gonna get ripped apart. Grandview find the ace.
Somehow we fit Beyblade and Yu-Gi-Oh into the same cast. What a great time. That entire fight was like 2 minutes of this is an ambulance, but not for me, but not for me, but not for me. It flip-flops every 2 seconds here, right? It starts out with that Grandview entrance, with Drury entrance trying to get the pick on Nightstar. Grandview comes in, kills a Drury player. Drury comes back, takes out Castle and Strict Proctor. Grandview comes back. The timers are already back up. Kane and Castle go and just try and make sure that no one gets out of that. Everyone goes down in that. It's all over the place.
There's, if you're gonna ask me right now, yo, Travis, who do you favor? I don't have a favorite right now. This is just some good League of Legends that I'm watching here. That's what I am here for. That's my favorite, that we're getting to see this between these 2 teams. Both of them exchanging blow after blow. They get shaken, but they don't fall down.
This is we're fans of Team Chaos here. I would like more team fights. More of what we just saw. I will take more of that. Thank you. First turret in the bot lane over towards that blue side goes down, but Castle, he was looking. There was a thought there.
Yeah, it was, wow, you know what? You would look really, really great if I put you 6 feet under right now, like, you look kind of cute with a tombstone,
slowing down, but I say slowing down knowing very well there's a dragon about to be up in like 5 seconds, so which means we're going to get another team fight. Unless Drury decides to take on the other side of the map. The problem is Grandview is about to get solo. They're on soul point right now. Pluto,
the twisted advance. You can do your clone, but it doesn't stop you from being caught out of position here. Guys, just gonna have to use the cyclone. Only the tanks are available, so the damage isn't available. But here comes the package onto 4 members. They're gonna dump on in. Quick Slice being eviscerated inside of the carpet bombing that just occurred, and 2 members just dropped down. They continue yet again. The encore only hitting onto 1 member. Pluto goes golden. Twisted advance. Castles in the backline, freely assassinating the targets. GVU, they will find themselves the game here as they find a victory right in front of the base.
Underrated component of this game I want to talk about really quickly. Pluto's twisted advances to be able to become untargetable and get away from anything coming towards him. He just totally dodged the Seraphine's encore with that twisted advance. What a great game by Pluto, making sure that the tank stays alive.
This is why I was calling this when we were talking about it over an MEC pod. Yo, when we were talking about it, everybody was just like, yo, what's the game of the week? Oh, what are we looking at? This is why this was my game of the week. This is why it was my game of the week right here. You can just show him game 1 and be like, yep, this is exactly everything Travis wanted.
Absolute banger of a game. Absolute banger of a game, man. There's nothing more to say, right? You see these weird, super nice pocket picks like Castle's Cane come out. You see these picks like Pluto's Maokai, which is able to do a lot of work quietly. And then Sincerely's Corky, just making sure to be that late game threat. The packages were perfect, making sure they got right on top of anyone in any amount of choke point. Excellently done.
Jinqual is goated. I think everybody who is a GVU fan inside the chat is like, Jinqual's my guy. He's my pro tag. I'm all about it. Subscribe me on up. I don't care. He's my pro tag. Yo, we're gonna have to see if the protagonist arc continues. We're gonna have to take ourselves a short break. Before we do, real quick, I do want to give a shout out to Unified and the different articles that they provide out there. So I want to make sure you guys go ahead and check that out. Unified's been around inside the space for quite a bit of time. They give you all sorts of different things that you'll be able to go into. They always do these articles. They did them in the past back when they were back when it was Upsurge. That's the word. That's the team name that they were used to be. They used to do these like written articles, and recently they've been giving them out. They've been putting them out onto their site. So recommend checking them out. You can use !top5 to be able to get access to said resource. I recommend giving it a read in case you're interested in esports, the dynamics and running it or anything of the sort. Even if you're interested in it, it will have some nice little tips, tricks, and pointers to be able to help you out. Make sure you check that article out. We're gonna go ahead, give ourselves a moment to breathe. I need water. I'm gonna be real. I'm down bad for some water. So we're gonna go ahead, take ourselves a short break, and when we come back, we'll be going into game number 2. You're not gonna want to miss it.
We're here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Briarcliffs University. Hariri! Hariri! The question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
Honestly, esports to me really means like building a small community together, a family that you can have, or brothers even if you want, sisters. Going from there, it's just like an improvement on yourself. because esports isn't just about the video game, but it's also about like teamwork, communication, how you properly can build a team, and you can really go out there as well as just saying like your mental health as well. You can improve on it, or even your physical health, and that's what I've been going through for the past couple months. So it's pretty nice.
That is awesome. So it sounds like you've already related this to what I want to ask next. Things that you've learned over the last 3 months, this fall semester. Is there's one thing in particular you feel like you've really advanced in?
In my opinion, it's excuses are excuses in a sense, because if you really want to do something, then you will do it.
Yeah.
Because last year I came up with all these dumb excuses like, oh, I don't have time for this, oh, I don't want to do this, or because of this. It was just a bunch of excuses. Now I've gotten to the point where it's like, I would need to do this, so I'm going to do this, rather than just making up an excuse. So.
Wise Alien once said, do or do not, there is no try. And it goes hand in hand. I think that's the energy that Master Yoda, as it were, was going for. LAN environment. It's a little bit different here. Do you appreciate the LANs? What's your feel of LAN?
It's nice to compete against others, honestly, but it's very uncomfortable. I really like my environment back at the dorms or at my arena way more than I do at the LANs. The chairs are not the greatest. The height difference is weird.
Okay.
The one thing I have in particular is the fact that the monitors are on a stand rather than a mount. And it's very frustrating to try to make sure that the monitor's on right, or like the distance is right without it messing with your mouse pad, because that's what it really gets in the way of.
So creature comforts, and on top of that, you have to further yourself. It really stress yourself to get through the moment there.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure for next LAN event, I'm going to be bringing a monitor on my back, so with the mount.
You know what? That's one way to beat the challenge.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Favorite esports moment? Did you have a clippable offense during the fall 23 semester?
Favorite esports moment, in my opinion, is when the teammates blow up at each other.
Oh.
Even ours. Like, we all blow up at each other every now and then, or we all get pissed off. In my opinion, those are the best moments, only because that really shows how good of a team we are to, like,
I love it.
Like, struggle through it.
So you're mainly focusing on, hey, there are these moments where
like what breaks our mental, and how do we reshape it?
Yeah, where you know that you've broken their mental. You get to hear that on LAN as well.
Yeah.
You know that you're in their head when you look across the stage. I love that. So last question here for you. What are you looking forward to as far as esports goes going into the next semester?
Hello, welcome on back, MEC. Baby, are you ready? I am telling myself I'm ready, but I don't think I am. We're getting ready for our next series here. I'm Travesty. I'm joined here with Mecha. Logan, how are you? How is it? How are you? Did you recover during our little break there?
I recovered as much as I'm gonna recover, right? It was a game fueled by chaos. It was all it was. It was just chaos from point A to point B. There was a while that we weren't sure who was gonna win, and then it came down to just a really good use of the Corky passive, which is not something you generally say about most champions. Is, hey, you won the game because of a really good use of the passive. But Corky with the Corky package, he was spicing.
Got Penta off of the back of one of them, and it's critical to take moment of that. Like, there was a moment in time where it's just like I was halfway expecting to like get a like notification, because I have like one of the smartwatches, right? So I was halfway expecting inside that match for it to be like, warning, your heart rate's too high, or something like that, just because like the game was going nuts inside of it.
I put mine on because the second that happened, I was like, oh, I wonder what my heart rate's doing while we're doing this. I need the data later.
Ladies out later on. I feel like if you're Drury, you kind of walk away from that game like, that game could have been ours. Jinquil had a really good play. Game 2, new game, us.
Here's the thing. They drafted a comp that did well and early. You get outscaled by Corky Senna. It doesn't matter who else is on the team. It doesn't matter that you have a basically infinite scaling tank with Ornn in the top lane too. But like, and forget about Kane for a second, right? You have a be quiet, watch. You have a team. You have a team that scales to like infinity with Corki and Senna and Orin. So you know you're gonna lose really late game if you're Drury. So you need to snowball a lot more early. And we saw some amount of it. We saw it with the Gwen in the top lane. We saw it with the Jhin in the bot lane. We didn't see enough of it. We need to see more early game dominance with that, I think is the plan. If you want to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to use something. This is my first game I'm getting the cast of Grandview of this season, but I had a saying that I had in the previous one. And I felt like this one felt like I saw a piece of GVU that I didn't see in the last season. I used to talk about GVU games were like pretty much like dead games until like the 15-minute mark, where like GVU doesn't pick fights and then all of a sudden they come alive. Drinkwall's really good at being able to control like these team fight scenarios, so they pick these characters that are really good in the mid game and whatnot. Corki gave me an example of that, but Grandview was very scrappy from the early going of it, and I love this look from this team. And the Kane kind of working as this chaotic assassin inside of fights. We got a replay of the pentakill, and you can even see how Corki just lines up this shot.
Well, I think the super cool thing there, right? You see Corki do the W in, and then he's got another W enough on the cooldown to W just to the side a little bit to make up for what he missed with to get it going.
Yeah, and I mean, good penta, right? You
Great
also
penta.
saw there was errors that happened in Drury, though, in that instance, right? You go back and look at the replay, and you see Orion did the shockwave onto themselves, the classic sombrero, didn't hit anybody, and you could tell that Orion definitely meant to, in that moment, go for that very big, like, that big combo to be able to just, like, lay into the team, but it just didn't work. You make one little error in a very tight moment like that, and you can't really blame Orion, who is a rookie player at this current moment in time, for having that one moment where just the keys just didn't want to go across, the fingers didn't cooperate.
I think that's going to be my like big point for this upcoming game of like, where can Drury get better? I need to see more out of Orion, right? We saw a lot of the rest of the team get these early game leads, but it felt like Castle was always in mid lane with Orion, and even with Kaiser trying to shadow the mid lane, it felt like it was always Castle and Sincerity's mid lane, right? It never felt like Orion was able to get anything. And when you have an Orianna, you want to be able to get these big shockwaves. You want to be able to group all these people together, so that way they don't get out of the Jhin ult. That way Gwen gets the best use of her scissors and the needle threading and all that kind of stuff, right? You want to group them together for the rest of your team's abilities. I mean, Seraphine, huge use of, can we group these people together? Same with Wukong. So the problem is when that shockwave isn't doing what you need it to do, your comp kind of falls apart a little bit because everyone's trying to pull everyone in a different direction now. So I need to see more out of the mid lane from Drury. I need to see more agency through the rest of the map, through the rest of the match.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I also would have loved to have seen some angles where Gwen would be able to find a flank angle. We didn't get to see that from Click Slice a majority of the time. Had to kind of like face the opponent head on in a lot of moments, or found a moment where they saw Senna out of place and like, ooh, snip, snip. And
all right,
eventually the Senna got away, right?
Where's the Corki ban? Let's see it.
If you're on red side, right, I think you do ban it, because Corki's a very easy champion to pick on blue side, right? Like you can pick Corki blind.
You could pick Corki blind. I don't know what Orion's Azir knowledge is. That's your general Corki Azir kind of thing. The Orianna was blind into the Corki.
Corki's gone.
It was the problem last game, right? Like that was the issue. So take away the issue, and you know that they're gonna bring something else up next. You know Jinqual's not a one trick, right? He's not gonna just play the Corki. There will be more in the tank, but what were your issue last game? Okay, well, we grouped, and the Corki package went over us, and we got pented. Let's prevent that. No more Corki package. Yep. No more issues with that. Right? There's other champions that can have the same thematic bit there, but none the same way Corki can.
Yeah, and, you know, there's a couple things that were good inside of it. I'm curious. GVU have changed up their strategy a little bit. Hui hasn't been banned just yet. I'm curious if that's the last ban for them here in ban phase 1.
Yep, it
They
is.
leave it open. I feel like that's an Orion instant pickup. So they are already hovering it. They haven't locked in the ban just yet, but there it is. Okay,
yeah,
it
it's
has
locked
been
in.
locked in. So Orion is getting pinched a little bit by making sure that they say, all right, no way.
I need to put my official complaint card in that we got an Udyr ban in both games. As the resident Udyr enjoyer, I upset I don't get to see the tactful gameplay of W into ulti. It's very tactful and skillful.
I like things that are good for League of Legends, and Udyr doesn't happen to be that right now.
My favorite meta recently was the Udyr Hecarim meta of 2021. All right.
Wait, how did Karma get through? Wait.
Yeah, well, we talked about this.
We're talking about Udyr. Karma got through.
Well, that's the big thing is that Drury banned Karma last game, but they had to use that ban now on the Corki. So something had to come through, and we see the Yuno's Jhin come right back through. It's a good early game pick. I wonder what they're going to pair it with because I don't think it's going to be a Seraphine again. They could, and this for stating this. I'll state this again. This draft, this Karma, it's a 3-way flex pick. I don't know if Proctor or Jinquil play it. I can guarantee you Pluto plays it because every support knows how to play Karma. But there's something in the air here. This is
Pluto knows Karma. I can tell you that.
this is a flex pick of a Karma right here. That's a duh. I want this to be locked in. Okay, I'm super happy with the rail being locked in. We've got flex picks all over the place. Nothing is certain right now. I'm in for it.
Yeah, the rail gives you options to take that inside the jungle or inside the support role. You have the Karma that can flex around to many different positions. You solidly lock everything up with the Varus. Put that inside the bot lane. You have yourself a nice lethality matchup together to go against the Jhin. While Orion, this freshman player, they are coming in brand new into this game. And they say, you know what? I didn't get to have the best Orianna game. Give it to me again. Game number 2, I'm ready to throw down. I admire that.
I like the Maokai with the Orianna a little bit better. I think it makes sense more thematically. It's like, hey, lock him in place, pull him in with the shockwave, Jhin curtain call over it. There's a lot of layering there. I like that a lot. I'm curious to see where the top lane and the support / jungle goes, because this could be a Maokai support like it was last game. Could be a Maokai jungle like it has been for the last 7 years of League of Legends. That Blitzcrank is very ambitious, and I'm curious to see if that gets locked in.
If it does, I actually like it a lot.
I like it a lot too. That's why I'm... Viego I like a lot too. There's a lot going on here. I like this Viego. Okay, so that's a support Maokai. I'm in for that. I like that. That actually helps. It avoids a lot of CC, right? That was the thing that we talked about last game with Pluto's Maokai. Is that it avoids a lot of CC. I'm not going to talk about that yet. It avoids a lot of CC from the Karma, that Karma W, and it avoids it from the Rel. Nocturne's interesting. Nocturne. So
go in.
Nocturne's a weird pick here because it doesn't work with how the Nocturne and Rel both want to go in. They both want to kind of go in, group up, dive into the middle of the team, right? That's Karma top.
Okay, there you go. It is a Karma top. I was about to say, we have an answer coming up on where this Karma is going.
Yeah, that's a Karma top.
Strict Proctor playing this top. This leaves counterpick open because you have this Maokai who is very flexible. That you just turn around and say, all right, we're giving Quick Slice the matchup. Quick Slice is doing great inside of it. Camille into the Karma.
Okay, so I don't think it's this, but I'm just going to state that there's been some amount of Nocturne top going on. I've seen it. It's a thing. It's not happening this game.
It's not happening.
I'm really happy it's not happening this game.
That would be a weird draft. If they did that, I'd be like, wow, GVU. The draft went from like being really good to really bad.
The reason they do that is to put Karma in support. To put extra poke and extra push with the Varus against the Jhin lane. It's a weird adaptation. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I wanted to bring it up as a thing. But so yeah, I want to talk about this again. Nocturne wants to go in, Karma wants to poke, Varus wants to poke, Rel wants to go in, and Azir wants to play front to back. So they're kind of all over the place with this team comp, and they don't really have frontline. Rel's your only frontline here.
Yeah, this is a very like shell shock kind of.
Yeah,
game,
this
right?
is
like,
if we don't kill you in the first 10 seconds, in like the first 12, like 3 seconds of the fight, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be really, really hard. And over on the side of Drury, this is the layer comp, right? You want to take the Maokai ultimate right into the curtain call, into the shockwave, into the Hextech ultimatum, and then you want Diego coming right over the top, slamming down into them all, and getting the resets, right? The Drury comp makes sense. Go in and just keep going on top. It's wrestling. It's jumping from the ropes over and over and over again.
It's wrestling.
It's wrestling.
We gotta call it right. But you know, if I'm gonna have somebody I don't want to wrestle against right now, it's Quick Slice, man. Drury's Quick Slice had a phenomenal game inside of game 1. I respect the Gwen. I'm excited to see what they can do on the Camille. But there's a player from Drury I'm keeping my eyes on after the last time around. I'm keeping my eyes on to Quick Slices. Here we are. We're in game number 2 here of this series. My personal match of the week, but here we go. Can Drury even up the odds, or Grandview close things out for a 2-0?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
There's gonna be. I feel like we need to see a lot early from Grandview. I think that once we get later into the game, the layering that we see over on the Drury side just becomes really hard to deal with, especially when Grandview says we want to kill you in 3 seconds or not at all. I feel like in order to see Grandview's comp work, they need to get ahead early.
I want to know who Twitch chat has winning game number 2. There's not as much betting. Somebody bet an entire house just about inside the last game. There was like somebody who bet like an obscene amount of points on GVU. It was like 700k in favor of GVU. I want to real quick just say Drury Panthers have won the prediction war this time around. Where it was like 90% GVU to like 10% Drury in the first one. This one was much more a 70% to Drury. So we got a lot more people who are seeing the draft from Drury and are just like, yo, this is going to be the matchup. This is going to be the one. This is the all we do is win match here. And you know, if you're looking at the composition, I like a lot of the pieces here. We talked about the layering. I want to ask you, Logan, about the Karma top. Inside the MEC, we've seen it, I think, twice so far. Both times, they've gone the much more, like, full AP variant. Is that just the way to do the Karma top?
Yeah, so when you're playing top lane, you have a lot more economy than you do in bot lane when you're playing in support, right? When you're playing support, you just get your World Atlas procs, and you go that way. When you're playing top lane, you get some more economy, so you're able to go a little bit more AP heavy. And your mantra W's, your mantra E's, the mantra E's in a team fight are ridiculous, and there is a decent AP ratio on it. So there's kind of not a great reason not to go it. And especially with this comp, the way that you want the ahead of time, you want the Karma and the Varus to poke people out. Mantra Q is going to be a huge deal to try and get some poke out, because you'll get lethality poke from the Varus, and you get the Mantra Q, that AP poke from the Karma. So anyone over on the Drury side really kind of needs to alter their stance on how they build resistances. Unless you're Camille.
Unless you're Camille.
Camille, yeah.
Just does what they please at this moment in time. Also has that Ignite, that Ignite teleport.
Yeah, look at the amount of poke that Nightstar has on Fat Cat already. Within 10 seconds in lane, it's two or three procs of the passive, and then instantly pulls up on
that
him.
was clean from Fat Cat to choose that engage. Good flash to be able to dodge out on the piercing arrow. Both supports being put into a critical state.
It's really nice. It's a good thing, right? Like, everything's good. This is how you want to start if you're Drury. You want to take these really aggressive trades. It's a poke lane, right? That's what this Varus is there for.
I really like the call to Shadow here from Kaiser. Kaiser starts walking down, kind of feeling, all right, Yuno's by themselves. There's a chance that the Nocturne might come over here. This is one of those rare instances where the jungler chose to go help out their lane instead of getting Scuttle Crab. Like, that's That's big. That's commitment from Kaiser.
To be fair, he kind of has to. You want to get this lane ahead early to be able to withstand the poke from Nightstar and Pluto. Specifically Nightstar, right? Nightstar's going to do the poking. But you see that E comes right over the top. That hail of arrows is just right over the top, takes a bunch of blight stacks off, and it burns you for a lot. It's a lot of damage.
It is. It is a big helping of
Look at that.
Quick Slice.
Look at the W from Strict Proctor up in top lane.
I don't want to.
You just hold that tether. You hold that tether like you're playing LeBlanc, and you make sure it goes through, and Quick Slice can't do anything about it. And if you mantra tether, if you mantra W, you get healed.
I changed my mind. Bring Udyr back.
I want to see Udyr Karma. Bring it.
All right, I don't want to see both of those at all. I think that's a moment where I just give my headset up. That is a terrifying idea at the current state of the game. Kaiser coming through the mid lane. Comes out from the miss, says, surprise, I still miss her. Well, doesn't care. Oh, Castle?
A little bit of fighting, but Viego doesn't win early against Nocturne like that, especially with the spell shield up. As a match I've played many, many times, it does not go well for the Nocturne. The problem is I've played it from both sides, and every time I think my side's the winning side, even though I know it's not.
I actually heard the trauma in your voice when you said that. I didn't feel right to step in there. Heard the little quiver. I get it. It's okay.
Nocturne and Viego are two of my top 3 mastery champions. I've played a lot of Nocturne and Viego.
As a Phil player, I cannot relate. I've played just a lot of champions. I have a lot of equal-sized bubbles.
I was gonna say, to be fair, it's those two and Rammus, equal-sized bubbles at the top, and then everyone else is like 0 mastery because I played all the rest of. Like,
Logan, you're an enigma.
I'm a weird. I'm a weird.
I'm not even going to call you weird. You're just an enigma at this
when
moment
I started
in time.
playing, I played with a friend, and all I played was Rammus. I love Rammus. I want to see Rammus picked.
I do too, but right now, Strict Proctor does not like this Camille. Flash forced out from Strict Proctor as over in the top side, Kaiser is waiting in the bushes.
Yeah, I think the problem there wasn't the Camille as much as it was the Viego with the Camille, right? You can take one on, but you can't take both. Proctor's got a lot of health, got a lot of mana still, so don't expect them to back off of this or anything. Expect the push to keep going. Karma will get poked onto Camille, but Camille, famously a good split pusher, right? Will continue to try and get pushed into this lane and use the passive shield to help block against Karma's poke.
I mean, but check this out, though. Because of all this that's going on, right? Kaiser's trying to be very proactive on the map. Castle's had free reign, has gotten the grubs over into the top side of the map. Now secured first dragon for GVU. Castle has been having a great series for themselves. They had a great game on the Kane beforehand. Now on the Nocturne, they're putting on a clinic, just making sure to move around the map constantly.
Yeah, so I want to look at the item adaptation that Quick Slice is going, because you see that it's a Vamp Scepter first, so there's a lot of trading going on. Yeah. That's the Hextech Ultimatum gone down. Strict Proctor's still sitting in the middle of it, trying to heal off the Mantra W, though. Nice little Q proc.
It's going to lay in a good bit of hurt there, as you can see already. Nightstar now is going to be the transition over to the bot lane. You see the arrows pierce through, and now it's Paranoia. Great flash to come out from They got that 4th shot locked and loaded, but you're just going to have to bear with the fact you got a sacrifice to make. And then up in the top side, Jinqual makes sure to even up the odds and takes Quick Slice out. 2 kills in favor of GVU.
Yeah, so what I wanted to talk about with this, right? In season 2023 is what we were in. Season 2023, when you're playing Camille, you rush Divine Sunderer. And most of those Divine Sunderer champs actually just kind of said, okay, Divine Sunderer isn't here in 2024. We're just going to build Sundered Sky, which seems to be its spiritual successor. Quick Slice is going for the Ravenous Hydra first, I believe. I don't know of another item off the top of my head that you would build a Vamp Scepter that would be particularly useful on Camille. But it's to help out with the Karma poke, right? That Quick Slice was getting so poked out of lane early that this is the Camille equivalent of what Proctor did last game with buying 2 Negatron cloaks.
It's interesting that you say that though, because usually whenever you're going that route, right, you tend to go to T-Mac as your first one.
I think that it was just a poor timing on the back. That's my guess. Is it was just when Quick Slice needed to back, they couldn't afford Tiamat, so they bought the Vamp Scepter. That's my guess. I wasn't watching very closely on the amount of gold Quick Slice had when they backed, but I have a feeling that's it.
I will trust you. You are the leader in economics. But Quick Slice, I mean, this is the player I wanted to watch a lot of inside of this game here. But I feel like Grandview is putting on a real masterclass on controlling the game, right? Like Nocturne has been completely in control. There's been no like knockout hit from Grandview, but instead it's been a lot of counteracting a lot of anything that Drury wants to go for.
We didn't talk about the first set here, but that is the 6th Void Grub gotten for Grandview. And so for those of you who haven't really looked at the season yet, each Void Grub gives you more damage to towers. And once you get past 4 Void Grubs, on 5 Void Grubs, you get a little Void Might that spawns. As the dive comes in here for Nightstar, the Maokai all comes through, Curtain Call, everything goes through.
Shot.
Kaiser goes down, though. Pluto still sitting under the tower. And Fat Cat's looking to see if they can get a little bit more, but it won't be that much more of the dive. So 1 for 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, good bit of hurt to come about, and it is going to be just this top tower being chunked down now as a result. Everything went over to the side of Grandview still, as they're still laying in the pressure, but you can see Quick Slice wants to say no to that.
Yeah, so I want to look at the I was talking about something before we had that nice little dive in the bot lane. I don't remember what it was anymore.
Yeah,
there's the
Paranoia goes in again. Gonna go ahead and jump on. Fat Cat drops. Strict Proctor drop down very low. The Comet. Oh no, a tragedy written in the top side. Drury does not get just the clean kill. It is a 1-for-1 trade instead.
Ooh. 1-for-1 trade isn't bad. I like the Malignance purchase.
Oh, there goes Orion. Yeah, Orion's gone again in that one. So Gravy's doing a good job, just really just catching out members here. I mean, you gotta put some respect onto it. Nightstar expertly dodging away. Grenade comes out. The Ghost is forced. Nightstar showing some great respect to what this team can do to lock him down.
So I like the Malignance purchase on Karma. It's probably the best item for Karma to start off the game because it procs on alt hits. And you alt a lot on Karma because Karma's ult isn't like everyone else's ult. You get it at level 1 and you're continuously using it in lane to use your mantra Qs, your mantra Es, your mantra Ws. You're using your mantra all the time, so you proc it a lot. It's a really high value item.
Yeah, and right now you're getting a lot of value out of Maokai Ultimate. You get 2 members. Pluto was trying to time it out, but now Nightstar might just pay the price. They're going to find themselves falling in the alcove, but check out Strip Proctor teleported behind. Jinqual has joined into the fray. Kaiser is in that form. They're sitting here as this Bears are trying to pop in, seek some hearts, but Strict Proctor finishes off the kill. They're going to continue the dive. Fat Cat drops and then into the mid lane. Castle with an expertly done spell shield will make sure that the shockwave has no effect. Castle on a rampage. Grandview is also just completely on top of this game.
Yeah, this Karma top is a huge thorn in the side right now for Drury. Not only is it messing with top lane, it's messing with bot lane now. The Malignance is getting huge amounts of value, and you see that Nightstar is just being pushed to this top lane to deal with the Camille, and Proctor's going to probably stay towards the bottom side of the map. There's no reason for Proctor to keep going up against this Camille. They've done what they need to do.
Oh, they are doing their thing. Drury, I mean, when you're in this situation, you still have some good tools to be able to work out for you. We haven't had a moment to actually see those layers.
No, we haven't.
Right? So I feel like it's a tough spot, but the gold is definitely in favor of Grandview, and you can see the key members. That's where the gold is sitting on.
Gold's in the right place. That's the important bit here. And point out here about the Nocturne taking experimental hexplate. It's an item that is good on like 4 champs, but the 4 champs it's good on, it's insanely good on. You ult, you get attack speed, you get ultimate haste, you get move speed. That's everything that Nocturne wants right there. He wants to be a bruiser that goes in and attacks really quick. So it's an insanely good item on Nocturne. The itemization for Grandview has been really good this game.
Nice head stack ultimatum. This is a pick that was well needed. Straight Proctor goes down, a shutdown. 300 gold bounty claimed in favor of the Camille, but check out what Grandview's doing. They are inside of the brush. They're inside of the shrubbery. They want to go for it. Kaiser immediately hit the note button and got out of dodge.
They're going for the high-low effect there.
Oh?
Oh,
Jinklaw, we did all see that one. We did see that one. Objective bounty was claimed. That is first brick over into the top side as well. Paranoia comes in, going unstoppable. Castle getting hard stopped by Fat Cat's twisted advance. Pluto finding the kill, going down as well. Grandview completely routing the members. It started off a little bit messy, but Nightstar will clean it all up.
Yeah, we started to see the thought of the layering, but Orion wasn't there to finish out the layer, right? You need the Nature's Grasp into the Shockwave, into the Curtain Call. The whole thing needs to go, and it wasn't all there. You see Orion now in bot lane trying to just fend off this Karma who's really fed, but able to do it. It's the first kill for Orion right now.
Yeah. Honestly, should be how it goes, right? The Oriana with the Shockwave, right? There's always that conversation of Karma. Once you hit level 6, you start falling behind the other characters.
That's a flash over the wall.
Going in onto Nightstar. They want a little bit more. They see another bounty on Nightstar, and they say, bet. Sights on lock. But Pluto, Nightstar, quick escape from them. The Heartseeker. Pluto is going to be rooted up and taken down, but still going to have a bit more HP. So they're not going to find themselves taking that route back to the fountain.
I know I'm saying this seeing that there's a Blade of the Ruined King on Viego and there's a Yomu's Ghostblade on Jhin, but somehow it just doesn't feel like they do enough damage. It just feels like it feels right there as if you're the Varus, you should be dead there. And the Varus is alive. It's just somewhere along the line there was some disconnect with the amount of damage that I feel that should have come out and what actually did come out.
It was a bit of just Nightstar being able to get away with the Flash Ghost, right? Like they're fast, they got out of range, and then they just said, all right, we're not catching this speedy Varus here. We're gonna turn our attention over to Pluto, and we all know the story of how tanky Rail is.
Yeah,
nice head stack ultimatum being laid out. Paranoia will go in, but that was a beautiful divide coming in. It is going to be straight cleaned up by Castle, and now we go into the mid lane. Vengeance has not tasted so sweet. Nightstar says, you want to pick a fight with me? Well, we'll pick a fight right on back. Everything is Grandview favored, and Drury, they're trying to pick fights, but it feels like Grandview sizes them up on an instant.
So what I wanted to say is, hey, Nightstar is in a really vulnerable position now that he has no summoners. What actually happened is Nightstar just knows he's vulnerable and goes and picks a fight on his terms and says, the summoners don't matter anymore. Who cares? I'm just gonna win the fight. Insane play. That is insane playing.
I love it. I want more of it. That's all I can really say. I love
Team Chaos.
Yeah, like, and the thing is too, right? Like I was talking about it earlier with Drury saying they're trying to pick fights, right? They're using this head tech ultimatum. Bro, this Nocturne is the bane of their existence because every time they try to pick a fight, all of a sudden Nocturne shows up. I'm guaranteeing you that we are not going to see another head tech ultimatum pick onto the Azir like that too, where they're just like. Because they immediately got smacked up across the face because of the Nocturne ult.
Is Camille building Triforce now?
That would be my assumption, yes. I mean, you like the Sheen item, right? Like, I think at this moment in time, you might be like...
I think Triforce is just so bad right now. I think, like, in the current meta, I think Triforce is just so bad. I would have expected Sunder Sky to come through, and I don't know. I guess if you're split pushing Cinder Sky, it doesn't have great gold value.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and I think that might be what Slice is thinking as well. There's the headset ultimatum, but you know what? There's another tether, and Camille knows this is not my time. Over inside the mid lane, Kaiser's finding out it's not their time either. The fear comes out. You're not getting away from that. Nice attempt, but the shuffle doesn't connect. Castle, though, will secure the kill, and then over in the top side, Strip Proctor with the fancy feet off of the flash will finish off Quick Slice. And Grandview, they are going forward confidently, ever so much. Step by step, they are climbing over Drury here inside of game number 2.
This is we thought last game may have been a little bit of a stomp after a certain point, right? This is something different here. This feels different.
Like Grandview. This feels like Grandview is really just up, they're awake, they're in this game. I feel like they got all their win conditions got hit early on. I'm very impressed with the way they've played out this game. I mean, yet again, this is me. I'm on the Castle hype train. Love Castle. Right now, Jinquil got a pentakill last game. Hey, look, you're not going to have a flawless record in this game. Gets shut down. That's a 550 gold bounty claimed by Uno. And if you're Drury, that's what you need at this moment in time, because it's about a 10k difference in gold.
Yeah, I mean, right now, here's the thing, though, right? It's between Jinquil and between Castle, there's a huge amount of just kill effect that they have. And that doesn't start talking about the fact that Church Proctor has this Malignance and the Storm Surge, which we've seen is great. There's a lot of layering right there to start.
Oh, yeah, they're laying in the damage onto the back end of the fight. Castle gets shot down very low, but does not fall. The shields and peel is there. They tried to go for a final desperation play. Drury said, we have to go for the play. They almost took down Castle, but look at how critical each member of Drury is. And guess who just respawned? Hello, everybody. Remember me? Jane Call said, you know what? You wanted to catch me out of my recall.
Orianna got out.
So good.
Orianna found a pocket in between the tier 2 and the tier 3 tower that they wouldn't get hit and managed to TP back to base.
Yep.
Excellent.
Great stuff. Excellent. Baron still goes over.
Oh, yeah, no, Baron's gone. This is its own universe right now.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due, right? Game 1, absolute insane game. Grandview in game number 2, they draft up a composition that it looked so very well practiced from them. They're making so smooth, but check this out. Jinquil looking in, going in, says 1v4. I like those odds. Paranoia.
Oh no, Castle's coming in on top. Oh no.
He's going to find another kill. Kaiser goes down. This is a Nocturne who has hidden that R-key, is diving deep into enemy lines. And guess what? They haven't died a single time.
There's two schools of thought with the Nocturne ult. One is you wait for your opportunity and use it the best you can. The other school of thought, which is the Castle school of thought right now, is ult on cooldown? Yes, use ult.
Well, that's also the Pluto state of mind here. As you can see, the follow-up comes in. Strip Project gets the kill. Night Star laying in the deeps. The Nexus is about to lay bare. One last hurrah. One last fight. The curtain call gets completely stuffed. And now they're just decimating. Fat Cat, where'd your HP go? Same can be said for Quick Slice as they get routed back into the fountain. The Nexus lay bare. GVU say that we are the reigning defending champions for a reason. Game 2 ends with Grandview ending with authority.
What a game.
That was a very, very just textbook game, honestly. I feel like Grandview read the book on how they wanted to end a game. And they said, okay, we got the instructions. We remember everything. And they just went through every step. I don't feel like Drury was able to throw a wrench in their plans ever.
The weird thing is I had less faith in Grandview going into that than I did in the last game.
It powers them.
Like I had questions about the comp. I was looking at Poke and I was looking at Dive in the same comp and kind of held together on both ends by this Rel wanting to just engage. And it felt weird to me. And then you got into the game and it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
it was Grandview diff.
Grandview diff. That's all you need. That's all
That's
you
all
need.
it was.
That's all you got to have. I mean, that's how the game ends up going. I mean, congratulations, Drury. Showed us some good stuff. I'm very happy with the look that we see from Drury. We won't see Drury versus Grandview for quite a bit of time until they basically meet inside of playoffs now. So I'm excited for the next time I get to see these two teams go against each other. I thought this was a very, very fun matchup. And honestly, if game one was an indication, there's a chance that Drury could find a way to bring it into a game number 3. But I mean, different world, it doesn't exist. Grandview just stay on top.
This is the middle of week 2, right? We've played 3 matches for Drury. We've played 2 matches for Grandview. There's so much more time to keep going here and keep going to that playoff push, to make yourself a better team, to improve yourself along the way, to make sure that this doesn't happen to you again if you're Drury, and if you're Grandview, to make sure you keep pushing the envelope a little bit further, to keep pushing this even more and more.
Well, before we go ahead and throw it over to a break to get ourselves ready for the interview, Logan, did you have a kind word that you wanted to talk about? I heard you were very excited for something called the MEC Clash.
I did. I am a huge fan of in-person esports events. They're some of the most fun to be in. So if you want to experience the MEC live and see MEC players for yourself, you should come to watch the MEC Spring Clash at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest in Deerfield on February 10th and 11th. You can use the command !Deerfield in chat and follow the link to get your tickets and join us there live. Believe we'll be going into an interview in a moment here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC. I'm Travis C. I'm joined here with Mecca, and we got Jinqual fresh off of a 2-0 game and a penta get kill inside of one of the games. How you feeling?
I don't want to do the interview, but I have to. I feel good though. I think.
Dude, I feel your pain. If somebody picks me for the interview, I'm like, are you sure one of my teammates didn't want it? You know?
It's like, coach is like, you got a penta, you have to. If you don't want to do it, don't get a penta. And I was like, oh my God.
Just get less pentas. It's so simple. I want to ask you about the Azir in the second game really quickly. There's a moment where you got caught in your own jungle for a second. The Camille ulted onto you, and you just shoved him over the wall. What was going on there? And did you know Castle was ready to come in with the ultimate right after to help clean it all up?
I saw Matthew had Nocturnar, and then like I was like, I don't know. I swear if they ever jump on me, I would have said like, is this real? Because like I just shuffle them like away from me, and I just don't get how they ever kill me. But I think if Matthew wasn't paying attention, then it would have been unlucky. But I saw him like on wolves, so I thought it was fine.
So it's just vibes.
Yeah,
just vibes.
Yeah.
How was the team after game 1? It was very back and forth for a bit. Baron got stolen away from you guys. There was a moment in time where you guys were kind of just trading blows for like 7 minutes. You got a pentakill at one moment in time. How were the vibes after game number 1?
Game was pretty chill. I don't think anyone was ever really like anyone ever really thought we would lose, just because I was like so fed, and I'd package for like every like major fight. But I mean, I thought it was pretty chill, not too stressful.
Not too stressful is all we can ask for. I got one more question about that second game. The
Sure.
Karma, huge flex pick going into the draft, right? Theoretically, it could have gone to like a couple different lanes, a couple different places. Was the plan from the beginning always for it to go into the top lane, or what was that? Was it prepped to be a flex and kind of figure out later?
Normally it goes top. I've played a few games of it in solo queue, but we normally only ever play it top. I think Castle said he wanted to. I forgot what he wanted to pick. I think he wanted to pick Nidalee and put Karma mid. So
that's based. I'm in for that.
That could have happened, but I don't know. I like the Karma, but I think John asked me if I wanted it, and I said I was fine with whatever.
Now I kind of want to see the Nidalee game with the Karma mid.
All right, Jinkall, I don't ever get to speak to you because I think you're like, as you said, if the interview comes up as a thing, you're like, oh, pass it. I gotta ask, completely separate away from League of Legends, I see that you got some anime soundtracks going on in the background. Is that like the playlist? Do you have a favorite that you like to go to? Like, give me some in-depth lore here for Jinkwall.
Well, like music?
Yeah. Are you like into like the anime OSTs? Does that supercharge you up for the games?
I mean, I go from like white girl music, like Taylor Swift, to like emo shit, and then I like listen to like anime shit. So it's like really like all over the place. But I kind of just listen to like whatever. It's like,
so you go
I'm in
from
the mood for.
T-Swizzy to like
Yeah.
Linkin Park to like Smile Bomb is what I'm hearing, right? Like from Yu Yu Hakusho. Right? Okay. I respect that. I respect that angle, actually. I can vibe with that. That sounds like one of my playlists, honestly.
All right, I got no more questions for you, Jinkle. I'm not gonna keep you here much longer.
Jinkle, I just gotta ask. You got any shout outs you want to throw out there? Anybody you want to thank? Anybody that you want to not thank? Maybe your coach for making you do interviews.
Probably Dave for making the interview mandatory. Yeah, probably Dave.
It's gonna be Dave. Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna take credit for that one.
Well, Jinkle, it's been good. I'm glad I got to talk to you. I know you didn't want to be in the interview, but I'm glad you came in. Shout outs to you. Congrats on the pentakill yet again, and congrats on the dub. We'll see you tomorrow when you guys take on Cornell College.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Bye now. Jinkle's great. I had to ask about the playlist because when we logged in, the very first thing I saw
Discord.
I see I see the Discord and I immediately see Fairy Tail and I'm like, dude, if I was listening to Fairy Tail, would I also get a pentakill? Like that was my thought process.
Is that the trick?
The Natsu theme starts playing and I'm like, and I'm like, oh dude, I'm Corky. Oh dude, I'm in it.
I feel like Corky just requires chiptunes, and that has nothing to do with 8-bit, or TFT or anything. I just feel Corky just feels like you need the 8-bit version of whatever you're doing. It's chiptunes all the way.
Yo, I'm here for it. But yo, that's it for us here tonight. We had a very eventful day here. It's going great. I love just being able to talk with the players and whatnot. I think that's the first time I've actually been able to get a Jinkle interview too. So I'm actually very ecstatic about the fact that I finally got one. So that's great. Great series all around on the day. Mecca, it's been good. It's been a long time coming. It's our first time getting the cast together too.
Well, we've done the me producing you casting thing.
Yeah.
Did that for a while last year. This is the first time both of us have audible mics at the same time.
Exactly. Like it's usually like I'm talking and you're the disembodied voice in my head. Yeah. Usually it's that. Now we don't have that. We have this bond.
We're both disembodied voices now.
We're both disembodied voices when the game is live. But
Yeah.
shout outs to everybody. Thank you all for coming on out. Thank you to everybody supporting the teams. The amount of support you guys show in Twitch chat is tremendous. The players appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your energy. So that way we can keep going about it and keep having fun with the MEC. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow for some more games. I believe we are going to start off with Grandview taking on Cornell College to start things off. So make sure you do not go anywhere. Come back. Find yourself, get a good night's rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone.